Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second, please, while I send out the live stream links, please. Good morning, everybody. Today is August 25th, 2025. We are live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we will do in this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cycle analysis, trend analysis, to find the wind direction, traps, and more. Time is 9:30 on the board. A quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situations. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Time is 9:30 on the board. We have bulls pushing right out open. Let's see what happens. We are testing the previous day 4 p.m. close as well as the 4 p.m. close on SPY. CNBC says stock futures slip after Dow records closes. Traders await NVIDIA earnings this week. The news we have today is President Trump is coming live from the White House at 10 a.m. for signing executive orders, as well as he will be live at 12 p.m. with the President of South Korea. Bears and bulls mixed. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, Five and Partners. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Zach. Good morning, people in the WhatsApp group. Bears pushing. Time is 9:30. 9:31. Wow. Right out open. Okay. HOD at 9:30. High the day at 9:30. Low the day at 9:30. Let's see if we get a consecutive candle here or not. SPX is opening. Gap down from Friday. QQQ. Let's see if we get a consecutive red candle or not. 9:30 roof, 9:30 floor. Evaluating what to do at the midpoint. QQQ going, trying, SPY, time is 9:35, trying the floor at 9:35. Okay, I'm going 1K spot put. If this low breaks, I'm doing it right now. This morning cycle. This could trap right now. Time is 9:35. Floor is here. On QQQ. SPY, not yet. This could break the floor and bear trap instantly. You gotta see. QQQ going. SPY, slow. Time is 9:35. QQQ bounce trying. SPY bounce trying. They did not break the 934. They did not break the 934. Bear trap trying off a 930 on SPY. QQQ 935. $9:35 time is, and this is 9:30 LOD. QQQ bouncing at 9:35 as well. Bear trap is forming off a 935 trying into 940. And this could be a 930 LOD and then fly into 935, 940. Bear trap showing. We are at the midpoint. Time is 9:35. Deciding what to do into 9:40. QQQ trying to break the roof or at the midpoint. SPY past the midpoint at POC. 9:30. Low of the day. Time is 9:35 going into 9:40 and we are near the roof on QQQ. SPY more than QQQ. We're near the midpoint on QQQ. Time is 9:45 coming up, or 9:40 coming up. 9:35 went in here and 9:40 is coming. I'm most likely going to leave into 9:45 no matter what. It will either break the roof or the floor. Starting a small cycle trend. Wind direction is south on QQQ. Wind direction is mixed on SPY. I can't even draw it because it's the roof and the floor. Time is 9:40. Time is 9:40. SPY trying to break out. Bulls are coming. MACD is turning bullish. HOD is near 9:35 blowing to 9:40. 9:35 going into 9:40. Testing the roof. HOD breaks, I'm out. If time is 9:40 at the roof on QQQ and SPY. HOD roof break coming. Okay, I'm leaving. Wind direction is north now, officially showing. Time is 9:40. 9:30 HLOD into 9:40 showing on SPY. I'm not going long yet either. I just left my short. Time is 9:40. Time is 9:40. Evaluating the roof on QQQ. Broke the roof on SPY. Now officially showing the wind is north. So shorting is dangerous, but also let's see what they would do with QQQ at the roof. We are not filling the gap yet, so we could go higher, right? Just because we broke the HOD does not mean yet that things are going to dump, unless cycle confirmation time says that we're going to dump, and then bulls start getting trapped, and then we start going, then the story changes. However, the wind is north on SPY, the wind is south on QQQ. Time is 9:40. We are just below the gap from yesterday. Big red candle coming on QQQ trying, SPY as well, 9:40. So confirmation short showing on QQQ now, no confirmation shorting on SPY from the HOD. Let's see. At 10 a.m., President Trump is coming live at the White House. There is no data coming out. Actually, there is data coming out, which is new home sale, but the most important thing will be President Trump coming live. 10. QQQ at the midpoint of this cycle, up, down, evaluating what to do. SPY broke the HOD, made it bullish, and evaluating what to do at the midpoint right now. Time is 9:40. There's no confirmation to short. There may be a bounce at 9:40 into 9:45 trying right now. There may be a confirmation coming. Bounce is trying off a 9:40. Bounce is trying off a 9:40. This is the confirmation cycle 2. Pull back to long or short after a bounce. Market will decide what to do, not you. The market will decide what to do. Time is 9:40. 9:40 bounce trying. Let's see what happens into 9:45. The bulls and bears are all fighting for their lives at the midpoint. After they broke the HOD from 9:35 into 9:40 from the floor, right from the literal floor, broke the roof, and then at the middle, and then at the middle. Time is 9:42, 9:45 coming in 40 seconds. Something big's about to happen here. Either a big green candle or a big red candle coming, most likely. Time is 9:45 in 30 seconds. This is no confirmation shorting until there's a confirmation that happens here or it breaks the roof. Let's see. The MACD is coming in sneaky bullish on QQQ. SPY is bullish. Volume is slightly coming back for the bounce. Time is 9:45 in 4 seconds. 9:45. We have 70 people watching and more people coming in slowly. Please hit the like button as you come in. Thank you very much. Time is 9:45. Time is 9:45. 9:40 rejected. 9:45 bounce. 9:40 bounce. I mean into 9:45. 9:45 deciding what to do. SPY breaking the roof. This is wind is north showing. Still. Okay, they could hover here now at the roof. They're hurting bears that are shorting with no confirmation for now. HOD 9:40. High today 9:40. MACD volume coming in. I would like to go long on this now for like a minute or two, but I'm scared right now. Alright, I really am scared, because what if they reject this 9:45 from the roof and dump it, right? So I'm scared. Time is 9:45. But technically we are breaking the roof. Confirmation saying we should be going higher, because the cycle just went higher. It did not confirm to go lower, it confirmed to go higher. Best to wait. Making it look nice to short, but they keep going higher. Cycle confirmation keeps going higher, except QQQ. QQQ going lower. Time is 9:45. I'm gonna short 1.2k right now. Okay, risk is there. doing it right now. The risk is absolute. This should technically go higher. Jesus Christ. Either it pulls back to the midpoint with QQQ, or SPY wind direction is so north that this is so fake. Let's see. QQQ going for the floor. This might be a lead before floor happening. 940 into 945 happening on QQQ. 945 rejecting into 945 on SPY. Okay, this is a leave in probably one or two big ass red candle. Most likely before LOD coming. Time is 945. Okay, I'm leaving 50%. I'm scared as fuck. LOD is here on QQQ. SPY. Time is 9:45. That is crazy. Crazy fast. 9:45. We are evaluating the floor on QQQ. We are at the midpoint on SPY. After breaking the roof twice, we are bouncing from the floor, trying. Fuck. That was a one single red candle leave because 940 into 945 showing. 945 rejection into 945 showing. 945 bouncing. 950 coming. This is the confirmation to long or short right here. It's going to be big. Something big's going to happen right now into 950 basically. This is the bounce at 945, and it's going to confirm to go lower, or it's going to confirm to bounce big time from the floor. The market is deducting, deciding huge big time right now. This could be a best safe exit to leave. Time is 9:47. If there's a massive red candle, it is a leave. 9:47. We are near the floor. I'm going to leave in this candle. Most likely there's going to be a spike down here. Time is 9:47, 9:50. Okay. Let's fucking go! Time is 9:47. Okay? Come on. Looking like algos are leaving. Trying. So fast. Alright, I'm out. I'm not taking the risk. I left. I shorted right here. 1.2k. Fucking left. Everything. Time is 9:50. We're at the midpoint. 9:50 midpoint. President Trump coming live in 12 minutes. $9.47 standing as best safe exit for now. 9.50 bounce technically this is at 9.47. This is 9.45 bouncing into it, 9.50 on QQQ. Different cycles happening. Slightly different cycles happening, but it was a bullish cycle into 9.45, and then it was a bearish cycle from 9.40 into 9.45. 9.50 time is 9.50. This is 9.50 bounce at 9.47 happening. Time is still 9.50, so we're going to decide basically at 9.50 what to do. Okay, this is 950 bounce at 947 happening still. Time is still 950 into 955. There may be an algo range here, right? You see this 940 candle? That may be something that is happening as well. I don't want to draw it right now. Time is President Trump signs executive order. Big cycle confirmation happening. Time is 9:50. We gotta be careful here. We gotta absolutely be careful here. There's two algo ranges, one at 9:40 and one at 9:50 for now. We have no idea which one's being used, right? 9:40 or 9:50. So let them draw out a picture in 5-10 minutes, and we will have some sort of idea of what they are playing with in terms of the algo range, right? If you guys see President Trump live, please let me know. I am trying to find it on the Associated Press, but it is not live as of right now. They are. Time is 9:51. This is a big cycle building. We are in a big wedge, right? Morning cycle wedge, and we're in a big wedge. Channel going up on SPY, wedge on QQQ. So looking dangerous things are. We are in some sort of a channel going up on SPY. We are in some sort of channel going nowhere on QQQ. Until something else happens, this is what is happening on the chart live. So we will respect that. Things are going up sideways. Things are going nowhere on QQQ. Trying. For now. Okay, so the bulls are there. They're showing the bears. Nobody knows yet. Okay, time is 9:52 into 9:55 happening. Time is 9:55 in 1 minute, right? We could have another boom or not. I don't know if this is algo range. I can't really say. Right, we're about to find out, I guess. We're about to find out if this is algo range. It looks like it is maybe an algo range, but it does not have to be. It could boom up into 9:55. Time is 9:55 now. 9:53 a.m. What do you guys think? Okay, algo range and then go short, or algo range boom up? Who thinks what here? Right, big communist candle coming, testing the top range of whatever that is at 9:50. So technically standing like this. Technically standing like this. And 9:55 is here. 9:55 is here on QQQ and SPY. Wind direction is confused. Showing north on SPY, showing south on QQQ. They're just getting everybody involved, basically. They're getting bears involved, they're getting bulls involved until, you know, they trap, and then they go, or trap, and then they go a little bit. Right, but they're getting everybody involved. Time is 9:55. We are literally in the middle of everything. We're in the middle of the wedge. We're in the middle of the upward trending channel. We're in the middle of the algo range. We're in the middle of the wind direction, right? We cannot be more median than we are now, basically. We are at POC on SPY. POC on QQQ as well. Time Time is 9:50. Let's see. Who thinks this is going higher? Who thinks this is going lower? Let's see in chat, okay? Higher and lower in terms of this algo range, HOD, LOD, whatever. Time is 9:55. We are chopping in the middle, barcoding for now. Justin says up, ML says lower, Adam says more flat. Get big red candle and spike, trying. Time is 9:55. Trying for the bottom of the algo range possible. Right, if they do, that is best safe exit at the bottom of the algo range. There's not a lot of move happening here. QQQ is going higher. This is crazy work. Okay, 9:55 breaking out on QQQ. Basically crazy work going on. I think there's an algo range here on QQQ as well. 950 bounce right here. Rejection at 950 as well. Never mind. 955 going higher on QQQ. Some sort of bear trap happening here. Okay. This is dangerous work.
The photos that the mainstream media just simply doesn't want you to see.
Big green candle coming out. Top of the algo range testing. Now this might be best safe exit at the top of the algo range now too. Time is 10. So 955 is somewhere here now. Into 10. Cycles are getting very, very fast, tight, everything. Okay, we are breaking out of the top of the wedge now on QQQ. We are breaking out of the top of the algo range on SPY. Time is 10 a.m. The bulls are coming in on QQQ. Stacking candles are into 10. Testing the top range of the algo candle happening. Alright, they're getting trapped from 9:55 into 10 in 3 minutes, in 2 minutes basically. They are bulls, or bears I mean. Broke out of the top range of the algo. So the bears are getting hurt into this cycle. The candles are so flickery right now though. MACD is so flickery. Do we break the HOD in one candle or not? QQQ says we are very bullish now. Time is 10. Now we are going back to the top pivot point, evaluating what to do. The roof pivot point. We went there from the floor. 9:45 into 10. 9:50 into 10. Evaluating the roof. Looks like QQQ might have broke the roof. Okay. 92. Yeah, QQQ broke the roof. Now the wind is north officially. Everything together. And the wind was south from pre-market into pre-market on QQQ. The wind is officially. Does not mean we have to continuously go, but I'm just saying now it has more chances of doing it. Wind is showing north on QQQ as well. Wind direction changed. Time is 10. Time is 10. President Trump coming live in 5 to 10 minutes if this is actually happening. Wow. Big green candle. Time is 10 a.m. Broke the HOD. Broke the bullish channel going upward as well. The bear trapped everybody into 10 in one massive candle. That is a crazy candle. We are near the gap on QQQ. There is a QQQ 1 minute gap on that massive candle. So it might pull back and fill that gap. But wow. That was fucking crazy. Gap filled. Absolutely be careful here, okay? Gap filled and almost dumping now. Gap dump, QQQ 1 minute. Wow. Gap down. Wow. Absolute. This is an absolute algo range playing out, okay, guys? This is long after the HOD broke, right? And then they leave in one single massive candle. They leave in one single massive fucking candle, and then the retails, the chasers get hurt into that pullback, that little gap fill, and then now they're contesting what to do. That is crazy. That is crazy. Whoever longed 1 minute and left in one single minute, that is absolutely fucking nuts. They went up a whole dollar. Went up a whole dollar from the bottom. Time is 10. Time is 10. Time is 10. This move is, we gotta watch out here. I don't think it's an easy long. I think it was a long right at 9:59 when the HOD broke for 1 cent and they boomed up and they, you leave until 10 and then maybe this is, I don't know, this is crazy work. Crazy work. News catalyst coming out. President Trump is live in a couple of minutes. Okay. We are live from Fox. Soon, President Trump will be signing an executive order at the White House. Time is 10 a.m. MACD coming in, still bullish on QQQ. SPY, all it did was test the bottom range of the algo range. QQQ looking way more bullish than SPY now because of the volume. It's a crazy 1 minute trade. Time is 10:05. Time is 10:05. Big moves. Big moves. Confirmation happening for something. Time is 10:05. QQQ going higher, testing the top range of this big candle. SPY, not yet. SPY, not yet. 10:05. Gap trying on QQQ, HOD breaking. Bear trap trying off this little cycle into 1005. High today. He's almost here on QQQ. Gap fill. This is 10 rejection, 10 bounce into 1005. I think we spike up and touch that, no? Ten coming. 10 coming. I'm gonna short. Okay, 1K small. Ten coming in 25 seconds basically. Wind direction is north. That is true. Time is 10:10. QQQ trying to break the roof. HOD again. It looks like it really wants to do it in one of these candles or a little bit later. QQQ, SPY, running, time is 10:10 now. Bear trap into 10:10 trying. QQQ, gap filled, and now is gapping up. Okay, 4 p.m. previous day close. HOD. I might have been early for maybe a minute, but there is no cycle to short basically. No confirmation cycle to short yet. They went higher from 10 to 10:10. They touched the previous day 4 p.m. Gap close on QQQ. Right, they could not reject here. They could hover here as well. They could zigzag at the previous day 4 p.m. close on QQQ. Burning puts. MACD is not helping. Shorts. I'll probably hold this until 10:30-ish. I'll see what happens. MACD is not looking bearish at all. Not. QQQ. Time is still 10:10 and is breaking higher. SPY is still breaking higher. Time is still 10:10. Now they're dragging me $100. Let's see. bullish since 10:05 into 10:10 extending. Candles are coming lightning speed now. Okay, I'm at break even, profit. Candles are coming fucking lightning speed now. Okay, that was extended cycle to go hit the gap and it made everyone bullish, and then now this is a confirmation short happening, small. This could be best safe exit somewhere here at 644.11. Most likely best safe exit somewhere here. Okay, this is most likely best safe exit coming, but I'm probably gonna hold. I'm being a little bit greedy into this new catalyst as well. Time is 10:10, 8:10 Mountain Time. He is not live yet. Big red candle coming, right? Big red candle coming. We're going to the top of the algo range trying. This is most likely a best safe exit right now, okay? Most likely. Most likely best safe exit right now. We already just touched it. Time is 10:10. Top of the algo range touched. Bounce trying right at 10:10. I'm gonna leave somewhere down here if it does truly. It does not have to. There's so many bears down there. Unless they bull trap everybody up here. They do not have to. I think he's live now. Okay, here we go. No. They're just doing news cycles. Come on.
New live stream feed for you to click on.
QQQ bouncing to previous day 4 p.m. close again. We are at previous day 4 p.m. close. QQQ. SPY. Either it does it right here or it does not. Time is 10:15 in 15 seconds. Okay, time is 10:15. There we go. Okay, here we're going right now, folks. We're going right now. Destination, bottom of the algo range possible. Okay, destination, bottom of the algo range possible. I'm at 1.2k. Come on, baby fucking girl. Come on, baby fucking girl. Just do it. Come on. Big greed. Big greed. I'm at 1.1k. Big greed. Big greed. I want it. Okay. I'm gonna leave soon, folks. I'm gonna leave soon. I'm at 1.3k now, almost. Here we fucking go. Time is 10:15. Time is 10:15, 10:13. This could be best safe exit right here. I'm still fucking in. Time is 10:15, and we are rejecting off a POC. Come on, baby. Maybe I'm being hella greedy. And big green candle trying. Time is 10:15 off a 10:13. So this is a 10:15 bounce trying into 10:15. Cycle is happening at POC. At the roof on QQQ. We're slightly bull trapping at the roof. MACD is coming in bearish. Candles are bouncing at 10:15, 10:13. 10:15 is above the previous at 4 p.m. on QQQ. Being hella greedy. QQQ broke the HOD. Time is 10:15. Hella greedy. Hella greedy. QQQ wind direction is north. Still. SPY. Bear trapping everyone trying off of 10:15. This is the cycle confirmation to again short, or this is the pullback to break the roof and kill all bears. Alright, QQQ is showing, let's do that. This is the decision into 1020, 1025. That is pure greed again. Let's see if he's alive. Nope. Time is 10:15. 10:15 is showing HOD on QQQ. 10:15 is showing bounce on SPY as well. Possibility to get burned. I'm scared. Or possibility to be an awesome ass cycle, but like now I'm inside the cycle. I should have left into this big cycle that broke down the trend line, broke POC and everything. I was just thinking down here because I was being hopeful, and now I'm in a huge cycle. Time is 10:20. Huge cycle. I almost want to double down into 10:20, but like I'm fucking so scared. I almost want to double down to here, but like yeah, crazy shit happening now. Okay. No, just not. I'm gonna chill out. Just waiting. Time is 10:20. Time is 10:20. QQQ went higher, and it is doing some weird zigzag at previous day 4 p.m. close. We are doing a zigzag at the top range of the algo range as well. So 10:20 still. We are at POC. We are at the roof. Showing as one single cycle now. 10:10 into 10:13. 10:13 into 10:15 bounce. QQQ rejecting. I'm gonna double down, guys. I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna do it. I'm in for 2.1k now. Time is 10:20. It's a bad idea. There's a lot of bears here. The cycle is bullish since 10:15, but I'm doing it. QQQ rejecting off of 10:15 to 10:20 still. Time is still 10:20 on SPY. Right. Yes, I'm in 645 SPY puts. I have 18 645 SPY puts. 18 645 SPY. I went in here, I did not leave, and I just DC it at the top. Right, which is a dog terrible idea. Time is 10:20. QQQ, bear trap in. SPY is still 10:20 into 10:22. Bear trap showing too, technically speaking. Technically speaking. QQQ is doing something weird. It's faking every time. If we truly go, I think this is somewhere best safe exhaust. 643.63, I think, in my opinion, is coming. Yeah, big fucking time. Here we go. Best safe exit in 1 fucking minute. Okay, I'm in 2.5k. I'm waiting still. Okay, best safe exit coming, folks, right now. 10:21. Here we go. I'm out. 2.5k. I'm out. 2.5. 2,000. Is my mic out? Fuck. Yeah, my mic was out. I'm sorry. Dude, my mic was out, guys. I'm out. $2,550. I was screaming out. I'm so sorry. Out. My mic was turned off. $2,550. Out. I was saying this is best safe exit 10:21. Most likely best safe exit coming. Most likely, but like my mic was red. I'm sorry, guys. Out. Out. Oh my God. Right? They could go here, but I literally left. I'm leaving into that. I was like, I'm at 2.45k, 2.5k. I'm out. But like my mic was turned off. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Time is 10:20. 10:20. Look at that big ass candle, right? I was like, that thing is fucking going now. I was like, that thing is going now. But it kept showing and they kept going back. Kept showing, kept going back, and then they showed it and then they could not go back. That was literally it. But my mic was off, my bad. Time is 10:22. 10:22. So this is the cycle happening. Most likely they're about to go touch this 643.63, right? But I left before that. I was saying somewhere here though, there I'm leaving, but my mic was off. Time is 10:22. Trump is not live still. Man, that could have been so bad though. I was up like $250 or something, and I just doubled down because I wanted my money. Time is 10:20. 10:25 is here. 10:25. QQQ bouncing off a 10:20 trying. They're playing with this algo range big time right now. For now. Not bearish, not bullish anymore. I really thought we were gonna go hit this, but like they don't even want to do that, and they're making people hope on that, and they're trapping on that. So time is 10:25, 10:25, and we are at the top of the algo range again. Right, we're rejecting right at the algo range again. That is not a coincidence. That is literally, that is the game right now. Right, they're basically theta burning everybody after they broke the HOD in 1 single minute, and then they're what? They killed the chasers basically, right? They killed the chasers into that massive green candle. QQQ went higher into 10:15. We are at previous day 4 p.m. close, so it's chopping here again. SPY is not going lower, but it did go lower, and now it is chopping here until it makes a decision what to do. Candles are coming in. Scary. Candles are coming in very violent, very trappy. doing different things on QQQ and SPY. Doing different stuff on QQQ and SPY. President Trump is still not live. We broke down the bullish channel, right? If you guys can notice that. We broke down at 1020. Right, we're retesting right now at 1025. That's what the market is doing. If you see the chart for what it is, it will literally explain. We could go back up, but until it goes back up and stays there, we did not yet. That is what's happening. Right, QQQ broke this little trend line. We lost it, we retested it, and now we are waiting. Right, the market is deciding and deducting after it did certain things, which is stay in the right. I called out in the morning we're in a bullish channel going up, right? And then after this I was like, now they're getting trapped, and then if something happens, it's gonna be turning into a bear trap, and it did. And now that it did, it is waiting for another setup. Time is 10:30 in 25 seconds. Time is 10:30 in 25 seconds. It is playing within the algo range after it touched the trend line, which is crazy work. QQQ showing bearish. SPY showing bearish. Okay, this could chop around here for a little bit now, in between two 950 levels. Yeah, where do you guys see President Trump live? I do not see him live yet. Fox 9 in Minnesota is live streaming just the White House for now. I think we are still waiting. There is one fake YouTube channel that is streaming his like old live streams, but oh my god, that is a big green candle. Time is 10:30. That is a huge green candle. Right, now we are above the trend line showing. Time is 10:30. Right, now the bulls are showing, or they are faking again, but now we are above the trend line on SPY. We are above the previous at 4 p.m. on QQQ as well. This is 10:25 into 10:30, 10:25 into 10:30. Still looking dangerous to short or long. It's still looking dangerous to short or long. Market looking kinda sideways as of right now. Sideways at this little median range. MACD trying bullish, being turned off, trying bullish and then bearish now. So liquidity being used to go lower possibly here. Okay, QQQ, SPY. Liquidity to build lower or what? Or lies, right? 5-minute candle on SPY says it's a huge mountain, right? Doji candles coming one after another. We're getting huge 5-minute doji candles one after another. So this is building liquidity to go higher or lower big time, but in 5-minute candles.
Do you ever see a girl you would love to talk?
Low key. I'ma chill. 10:30. I'm going in right now. 1.2k SPY puts right now. Probably leave in a minute or two. Nothing much. I really thought we were gonna go down on that. QQQ. 10:30 bouncing into 10:35 trying. Time is 10:35 and 48 seconds. So it's bear trap trying, bull trap trying, everything trying, literally in every single candle. Time is 10:35 and 40 seconds. Okay, QQQ trying to break the HOD. 10:35 is here. Big strong green candle building, trying. We are at the top of the algo range on SPY. MACD coming in bullish. QQQ trying to break the roof off now. Now I'm getting scared. Alright, this is showing a very strong bear trap in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 10:30, 10:30, 10:35. They're just violently gonna trap both ways to go up or down. Violently showing one direction and then going the other direction, violently showing this direction and going the other direction. It is madness out here. QQQ trying for the HOD. Time is 10:35. There are bears here like crazy. So do they do it? I really thought we were gonna go lower here into this. Two things can happen, right? They extended the cycle, they get more bears involved to go here, or they are gonna go here. You know what I mean? Because of this, because of previous day 4 p.m. on QQQ. So there's a massive game going on right now. Massive game going on. I think we're about to pull back here though, and if they do, like, you know, I keep saying here, but I mean at some point or another I feel like we're gonna touch that today. At some point or other. That could be hope or speculations too, but all I'm saying is, bro, this is crazy work. Crazy work. Basically crazy work. Going up, down, left, right, sideways, nowhere. Building liquidity. Almost break even. basically. President Trump is live now.
First News. Together we stand strong, united, and informed.
Okay, that's a lie. That is a lie. Man, I don't know what's going on, guys. Maybe it was a lie. He's not coming on. Time is 10:35. Big green candle coming now. Right, building candles to go higher and lower. 1 minute candles are crazy. Is this the bulls crazy, or is this the bears crazy, or are they both crazy strong right now? They're both. There's no leaving this, basically. They are making longs and shorts hold until they burn someone at one point or another, in one move or another happening. Time is 10:36. 10:36. 10:40 coming. MACD coming in bullish. Just slowly chopping up now, man. This is just... Now it's turning into a bear burn into 10:35. 10:40 maybe as well. But yeah. Crazy candles happening now. And we're not going higher on that. Like that, I really thought we were gonna go stack on that, but that is crazy. This is a 5-minute candle doing its best. 5-minute candles are doing its best. So bulls in control since 10:20. Trying their best. Time is 10:40. Time is 10:40. Wow, 10:40 going higher on QQQ. Right, there may be a knockout push happening. Time is 10:40. Don't really pay attention to the cycles are super tight right now, so we're just gonna basically represents 10:35 and 10:35. I'm just moving up and down so it looks neater. QQQ went HOD into 10:40. Okay, there's a divergence at the roof. Wind direction is still north into 10:40. The president is not live. Not coming live. Everything bullish since 10:20 into 10:40 at the minimum. Now I'm getting chopped and burnt. The bulls are winning, the bears are winning, they're all winning. It's just, the greedy people are getting killed, basically. They're going lower, they're going higher, they're all printing. It's just, I'm just saying that if this truly goes down lower, I'm gonna say that as a joke, but yeah, that is kind of funny. Let's see, the MACD volume, not really nothing. QQQ pulling back to previous day 4 p.m. SPY pulling back as well, trying. Man, just the greedy is getting killed off. And the people that are deducting up and down, people that are scalping here and there are able to leave in profit. Right, and premiums are getting killed. Data's being ripped off. Yeah, most likely coming. All right, 643.64. I'm holding this shit all the way to the floor. All right, I'm in profit. I'm at 1.3k now. I'm holding this shit all the way to the rip. Time is 10:40. Most likely leaving into 10:43. Okay. Time is 10:40. 10:40. Deciding to bounce for now. Okay. Cycle happening. This is a huge cycle. Huge cycle. The bulls are coming back, showing, and basically 50-50 big time right now. Okay, big time 50-50. We're at the middle. It's crazy. I was at 1.28k. I did not leave because I want more. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Time is 10:42. 10:40. Bounce into 10:40. 10:45 is coming up. QQQ trying to bounce. SPY at the top range of the algo range. So this literally has been, whoever went long on this and left reasonably has been living. Whoever went short on this and left reasonably has been living. But anything above or below that for now has been dying. Has been big time dying since 9:50. So basically 1 hour of chopping up, down, 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 up, building liquidity on the 5-minute, and like we confirmed, until a big ass move happens basically. And I think we're going lower. In my personal opinion, right? Look at this freaking candle, right? I told you we were building liquidity for something, right? I'm pretty sure this is it. Time is 10:43. This is best safe exit in my personal opinion, right? I am not a personal financial advisor. I do not recommend jack shit. Okay, I just call out the realities for what it is. Time is 10:43. Most likely best safe exit right now. Okay, right now I'm leaving fucking right now. Okay, 1.4k booked. Out. Out. I'm out. Whew. Booked. That's how we fucking do it, because that is literally how we fucking do it. You know what I'm saying? Choppy to build liquidity and to probably go smack that right now, right? Go smack the like button, folks. Please, go smack the fucking like button. Here we go. Time is 10:43. I called out this is best safe exit literally 4 minutes ago in WhatsApp group. I said I am fucking holding this shit at 10:40. At 10:41, I said I'm eyeing 10:43 target, or maybe 10:41, and then I said I'm fucking out. Time is 1:43. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All right. This thing could bounce at 10:45, right? So let's fucking be careful. Let's watch. I told you we've been chopping here big time at previous day 4 p.m. So right, it was good to go long. You just had to call it after a while. It was good to go short. You had to call it after a while, because we don't know if it's going to go far north. We don't know if it's going to go far south. All it's been doing is literally go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So if that is true, this thing could bounce at 10:45 into 10:50 and kill everyone off again. Why? Because it's already been doing that. So who says they're not going to do that shit again, right? Time is 10:44. This is 10:45. Bounce at 10:44. Let's see what happens. 10:50 in 3 minutes. That was fucking amazing. Who just got that short? Who got that short, right? Oh my, honestly, I don't feel bad if you got smacked a little bit because this is crazy work, right? This is absolutely fucking insanely hard to trade, absolutely insanely hard to go long, absolutely insanely hard to go short as well. They clearly made it. So do not be, sad or, be whatever frustrated if you got smacked. All I'm saying is just remember what happened into the future, right? The only reason why I called this shit out for what it was because this literally happened to me in the past. Going long or going short, I wasn't looking at the bigger picture, and I would be like, damn, these candles are fucking doing some crazy shit, and they're building basically for a big play into the future, and I would be in it, right, without really thinking about the bigger picture. So they're about to hit this. I guarantee you a cookie they're about to hit this. 643.64 most likely coming. Okay, most likely does not mean it has to, but time is 10:45 into 10:50. So this is a 10:45 bounce. 10:45 into 10:50. Here we go. Okay, 10:45 into 10:50. Here we go. Most likely free money for basically another dollar, but you know what I mean. Maybe another 25 cents, 15 cents. Well, like that is jack crap. I leave before LOD hope. In my opinion, this is LOD hoping because we've been chopping here for an hour. So there's certain rules that I stick to leave in one massive single profit, which is literally what I do. 10:43, boom, out, and then they bounce the thing crazy into 10:45. I don't give a fuck if they go a little bit lower. This thing could be 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. 1/3. So something like this is now building. Okay, 1/3, 2/3, and then they went lower. So it could be something like this too. And then what if they bear trap that? So the risk is absolute at this point. Time is 10:50. We are at previous day 4 p.m. close on QQQ. Exactly. Okay, they are bear trapping off of 10:45 into time is 10:50. So this is a 10:45 bounce into 10:50 for now. Right, I don't know if it's fake or real, but I'm just saying it is bouncing. So it did not break the high of the 10:45 candle here yet, which is the only thing that's a little bit weird to go long on this yet, but it could happen, right? Because this is signifying, okay, now it broke. So this is 10:45 into 10:50 officially. 10:45 into 10:50 officially. Evaluating what to do at the roof. QQQ. Evaluating what to do at the midpoint on SPY. There has been a divergence at the high of the day since 10 in the morning, 10:40 in the morning. We have 95 people watching. Let's hit the like button. Thank you all very, very much for being here. President Trump is supposed to be live today from the White House, as well as noon with the President of South Korea, but he is not live. He is late by basically an hour or more. So it is very weird. It is very weird. And the market is anticipating that he's coming out since 10, right? And look at what we've been doing since 10, right? We thought he was coming out to 10, and we boom up, and then we just been doing crazy nothing. So time is 10:50. We are at the top of the algo range again. So that was an actual bear trap. Literally at 10:45. I did not long that. I just called out best safe exit at 10:43. And then now 10:45 bounce, right? At 10:43 basically speaking. But it bounced at 10:45. QQQ bounced at 10:43 exactly, right? The most low of that cycle. So 10:43, 10:45 bounced 2 minutes ago into 10:50, and it's evaluating the roof on QQQ. Evaluating the roof on QQs. The bulls are very strong. Showing QQQ breaking the HOD almost. I think this is, yeah, broke the HOD. High of the day being broken on QQQ, continuously going north. Time is 10:50. Wow, that is a huge candle green. That is a humongous candle green if somebody went long at 1040, 1053. Holy crap. It's a humongous candle. It killed off all the bears, right? Because they were going on down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. And I was like, they might go back up. Literally, we've been doing that. So why not? If they do it, they're going to kill all new bears that they just printed. So literally just did that. And now we're at the middle. This is crazy work. Crazy work. They're going up, down, up, down, up. Easy. 5 minutes. Easy. Crazy work. No direction whatsoever on SPY. QQQ going higher. Okay, now coming extremely bullish. Testing the roof, trying. Time is 10:50. Alright, I'm only saying no direction whatsoever because we're literally at where we opened. QQQ went higher than what we opened. Like we went up like $2.20 on QQQ, so can't call it not bullish, but like SPY is running on this, so it's making it look super bullish. Okay, time is 10:50. It is really bullish, but I think I'm gonna call best safe exit for calls somewhere up here too, just because of the previous say 4 p.m. level being here right now in QQQ. Because we have the possibility to pull back, and if it does pull back, that would suck. So the MACD volume super bullish, but yeah, I'm gonna call best safe exit for calls somewhere up here at 10:50 as well. 10:50 for now. $10.50. We broke the roof on QQQ. We are evaluating the roof on SPY. That is what is happening for now. All bears trapped. That is true in this huge 1 hour cycle from 10:45 into 10:50. That is also true. But because the 4 p.m. previous day level exists, there is a possibility we could pull back here. Chris said Trump is live now. Thank you very much, brother. Why is this thing? I can't hear anything.
My friend introduced me to this comfort cargo pants, and oh my god,
There's no audio.
Very well with the Washington police, as you know. The D.C. National Guard is unbelievable. We're also getting tremendous help from Secret Service. And we are at a point where Washington is booming again. People are pouring in like we haven't seen for years. Nobody wanted to come here. They didn't want to come here and get murdered. I have a friend of mine who has a very successful son. And I said, where is your son going to be this weekend? He said he's going to Washington with his friends. I said, really? Yeah, he's wanted to do it for 4 years, but he couldn't do it because it was so unsafe. And he's a tough kid, too.
Let me know if you guys can hear
it's so unsafe.
Hear the voice.
And he ended up staying 3 nights, going out to restaurants all 3 nights. He said it was so beautiful, so peaceful, because all the criminals are either arrested or they're hiding, and we're finding the ones that are hiding. So I want to thank Pam Bondi. I want to thank our vice president. I want to thank everybody standing behind me. Because they are really, Gaddy, you've been unbelievable, by the way. They have done an unbelievable job. They're working 24 hours a day. And Washington, D.C. is now in great shape. I'm going to be working with Clark Construction, which is by far your biggest construction company. And we're going to also beautify Washington. We're going to rip down the broken medians, fix them. We're going to put asphalt on the roads. We're not ripping them apart like these stupid people do. They rip a road. They rip a road down to the dirt, and then they spend 5 years in building the new one, and then it starts settling. You know, the whole thing is so crazy. and they'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a road. I'll spend about $2, and it'll look better. So we're going to be replacing medians. We're going to be replacing much of the asphalt in the road, which in the city, which is in bad shape. We have great stripers. We have great contractors, but we have to let them do the thing. The Congress has said that they'll give us whatever money is needed to fix up the Capitol. This is the Capitol. And we're not going to spend a lot. It's going to go fast, and it will be spotless. And we want it spotless for the World Cup and for the Olympics. You saw the World Cup was here the other day. And come to think of it, there's your trophy for the World Cup. In fact, it's solid gold. That's actually solid gold, so heavy that some of the people in this room wouldn't be able to lift it.
Right now.
I think what I'm going to do is place it right above the angel, right over there. That's solid gold, too. We're going to put it right up there. Look at that. There's a solid gold trophy. They know how to get to me, you know. I like the angel better, to be honest with you.
Most likely.
So we're going to sign, and then we'll take a few questions, and we'll tell you how good a job we're doing. We want to go from here to other places, but I was telling some of the people that in a certain way, you really want to be asked to go. You know, I hate to barge in on a city and then be treated horribly by corrupt politicians and bad politicians, like a guy like Pritzker. He ought to spend more time in the gym, actually. This guy is a disaster. Gavin Newsom's a disaster. When we went, we saved Los Angeles. You wouldn't have been able to have the Olympics in Los Angeles. You're barely able to have it now. They did lose 25,000 houses to a fire that should have never occurred, because they didn't let the water come down from the Pacific Northwest, which you guys don't want to write about. I had to break into the water supply to let the water down. And even now, we want more. We can have much more. It's less than half of what should be coming in.
Big time.
I don't know, they have a political thing about it. It's like the craziest thing I've ever seen. But I don't like going to a town, city, place, a state, and then be criticized by some corrupt or incompetent governor where crime is rampant. Like, take a look at D.C. Crime was rampant. It was at the all-time worst. It got really bad during the Biden 4 years. And then I have a mayor stand up and say how crime has reached a 30-year low. 30-year low. People are being killed left and right. And it's not a 30-year low. Think of it. So for 11 days, there's been no murders. Man, the record goes back years where that's happened. They haven't seen that happen in years. And then people stand up, and instead of thanking us, which they should do, and she's not that bad. She's better than most. But, you know, you have people, I watched in Illinois, Chicago, Illinois is a disaster. I have property there. It's a disaster what's going on in Chicago. And you get Pritzker, he's violating our rights.
Coming in
I think this is another men and women's sports thing. I think this is one of those, you know, they call them 80-20 issues. I call them 97-3. I think the Democrats better get smart. And, you know, politically, I hope they don't. But actually, in terms of love for the country, I hope they do, because it would be good to work together. So I'm thinking about, you know, when I have some slob like Pritzker criticizing us before we even go there, I made the statement that next should be Chicago, because, as you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops, instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic.
Big time.
These people are sick. But I'm really saying, and I say this to all of you, in a certain way, we should wait to be asked, because they have cities that are so under control, you know, out of control. So we go in and fix it. They take the full credit for it, and they go out and say, I heard it this morning. They're saying how well they've done over the last 10-day period, that they set record lows. They don't say that we're there with very tough people, by the way. They have to pass the toughness test. Otherwise, they're not working for us. So, and we're allowed to do that now according to the United States Supreme Court decision. Now, they have to pass a toughness test. If they're not tough, we don't want them for this job. They might be great for other jobs, but not for this job, because they're respected. You saw the gang of kids. They were all huddled up, and a group of soldiers walked up. They never even got over. Those kids ran back to their homes or wherever the hell they came from. They were gone. this is one of the safest cities right now in the world, as crazy as that sounds. And it took 7 days. It took really 3 days, but we're now in our 11th day.
Blow up off this.
So I want to thank you. So we had all of these things, 439 illegal alien criminals have been removed, and we have 6 known gang members, some of the worst leaders of gangs anywhere in the country, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. With 2 missing children that have been recovered. They thought they were gone. We brought them back to the family. The family started crying. They couldn't believe that they saw their child again. 49 homeless encampments have been removed. Like we have the head of South Korea coming in a little while, the president, and he drives down the street. Already his people have told me, he said, what happened? It's so clean. We always came here, it was filthy dirty with homeless and papers all over the road. That's the other thing. Those roads are swept immaculate, but they're going to be much better in a few months when we put a topping on them. They're going to look like they're brand new. We'll get rid of those rusty old medians that have been crashed into 1,000 times, and they don't fix them. They just
push them now, folks.
let them. They lay them down on the road, and they sit there for months.
I might get bullets.
But we don't do that. We don't run things. We run things like we run this. We like clean, we like beautiful, and we like safe, and that's what we're getting. So I'll start signing the executive orders. To me, this is a very, very big deal. One of the executive orders has to do with cashless bail. That was when the big crime in this country started. And I can tell you who did it, when, but I don't want to do that because others followed pretty quickly. But that was when it happened. Somebody kills somebody, they go in, don't worry about it, no cash, come back in a couple of months, we'll give you a trial. You never see the person again. And I mean, they kill people and they get out. Cashless bail. They thought it was discriminatory to make people put up money because they just killed 3 people lying on a street. Any street all over the country, cashless bail. We're ending it, but we're starting by ending it in D.C., and that we have the right to do through federalization. Okay, let's go. Could I ask you to say exactly what this is?
Of course. So as you've consistently identified, sir, cashless bail policies are a key driver of the disorder we see on city streets all over America. Catch and release system allows criminals to keep going back out onto the street and reoffending. What this executive order does, it charges your attorney general with identifying jurisdictions all over the country that have cashless bail policies, and then it withholds or revokes federal funds and grants that are flowing to those jurisdictions to ensure that we're only supporting the people who have reasonable common sense policies around crime.
So what area does it cover?
Potentially anywhere that has a cashless bail policy. So some of the largest cities, some of the most left-wing states in America
Almost
have adopted.
all of them, right?
Illinois would be a great example.
Everybody type in
they
chat.
have a great cashless bail. You don't even have to go to court sometimes.
Green.
No,
Or if you
Illinois,
think
I love that
red
state.
candle
It's a
coming.
great state, but it's run so badly by Pritzker.
gapped
They
up
threw him out of the family
and 11:05.
business, and he becomes governor. Now he wants to run for president. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll sign right here, right?
Sir.
Everyone type in chat right now.
So important. And this isn't Republican, Democrat. This is, and by the way, most Democrats agree with us. But this is
Forward and
just, we got to
control since
bring our country
10:55
back.
Showing.
Okay? That's a big one.
Also on the issue of cashless bail, sir, this is a DC specific executive order. In addition to the measures that we're taking that are quite similar to what we're doing around the country, in DC in particular, the objective is holding as many criminal defendants in federal custody and subjecting them to federal charges as possible. That means that they'll be held pre-trial in federal jail as opposed to just being cut back out on the streets due to a cashless bail policy.
Okay? And we have the room. And by the way, the prison they have in D.C. is horrible. It's horrible. People were subjected to live in that dog trap for so long, so unfairly. I have stories, you'll be hearing about them. That prison is
CNBC
horrible.
News says must
Okay.
companies
This is
sue
an executive
Apple
order
and
that
OpenAI
contains a
alleging
number of
anti-competitive
additional measures relating to crime and law enforcement in Washington, D.C. It charges, for example, your Secretary of Defense with establishing specialized units in both the
have
DC
105
National Guard
people watching
and the
this.
National
Like
Guard
that,
units
please.
around the country, specifically trained and equipped to deal with public order issues. It charges all of your various federal law enforcement agencies with hiring additional personnel to allow them to surge personnel to Washington, D.C. to deal with the current emergency here. It does a number of other things in that space, and it also asks the Attorney General to look at D.C. Metropolitan Police general orders that have currently impeded law enforcement efforts in the city, and to potentially look at unwinding those that are stopping the police from doing their job effectively.
And are we going to ask this to be codified by Congress, all of these things?
I think we could potentially, yes, sir.
I think so. I think we should. I think we'll get it. I think Democrats will vote. Well, I don't know. It's hard to believe that they might not, but I think Democrats will actually vote for this.
HOD roof evaluation.
There's no auto pen that can do that, right? Look at that, Pam. Is that a good signature? Seriously, is that a good signature? Who can write like that? Nobody. I don't know. That's the other thing. I assume we're looking at the whole auto pen scam.
Sir.
Because the person that ran it said he spoke to it briefly twice about nothing. That means that all those pardons that he gave to some very bad people, very unpatriotic people, very evil people, it looks to me like those pardons are worthless. Because, number one, you shouldn't use an auto pen, very specifically. But if you do, it has to be a very good reason. And they have to know that the president wanted it. The president didn't want this. The president didn't know he was alive, okay? He never approved any of this stuff. He wasn't for open borders and all the other things. He was never for open borders. I've known Biden a long time. He was never very sharp, but he was never in favor of open borders and all of the other things he did to destroy our country. Let's go.
Lastly, sir, this is an executive order on flag burning. It charges your Attorney General.
Would you listen to this? This is very important. Flag burning. All over the country, they're burning flags. All over the world, they burn the American flag. And as you know, through a very sad court, I guess it was a 5-4 decision, they called it freedom of speech. But there's another reason, which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy. If you have hundreds of people, they go crazy. You can do other things. You can burn this piece of paper. You can, but when you burn the American flag, it incites riots at levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy.
I'm adding two.
In a way,
I'm adding
$200 ways. There are some that are going crazy for doing it. There are others that are angry about them doing it. Do you want to discuss that?
Sure. So what the executive order does, sir, it charges your Department of Justice with investigating instances of flag burning, and then where there's evidence of criminal activity where prosecution wouldn't fall afoul of the First Amendment, and instructs the Department of Justice to prosecute those who are engaged in these instances of flag burning.
And what the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. No early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail. If you burn a flag, you get, and what it does is incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way. Did they?
Yeah, incitement is
incite to riot. And you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month. You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record. And you will see flag burning stopping immediately, just like when I signed the Statute and Monument Act. 10 years in jail if you hurt any of our beautiful monuments. Everybody left town.
There's a possibility.
They were gone.
There's a roof rejection.
Never had a problem after that. It's pretty amazing. We stopped it. But this is something that's, I don't know, in a certain way, it's equally as
They might
important.
boom this,
Some
clear
people say it's
divergence,
more
and then
important.
some sort of pullback too.
Because the
You cannot
people in
have
this
to,
country don't want to see our American flag
divergence.
burned and spit on. And by people that are, in many cases, paid agitators. They're paid by the radical left to do it. You talk to these people, they don't even know, half of them don't even know what they're doing. They say, I don't know, they gave me money to do this. I see the same things that you do. They're bad people. They're trying to destroy our nation. That's not working, because I think our nation now is the most respected nation anywhere in the world, by far. You saw that with the European leaders on Friday. You saw that with NATO, where they agreed to go from 2% no pay to 5% fully paid up, trillions of dollars paid. where they respect your president to a level that they jokingly call me the president of Europe. They call me the president of Europe, which is an honor. I like Europe, and I like those people. They're good people. They're great leaders. And we've never had a case where 7 plus really 28, essentially 38 countries were represented here the other day. 38 European countries were represented. European and other countries were represented, and it was a great meeting. But your country is respected again. I say it all the time. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Everybody said it. We had a dead country. We were not going to survive. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. So it's an honor to be involved, and this group has a lot to do with it, right behind me. Does anybody behind me have anything? Pam, would you like to say something?
Sure, President. Thank you for keeping D.C. safe. You know, just a couple examples of a mother, a single mom, whose house was burglarized, and the defendant got out on cashless bail, went back the next night and burglarized her house again. That's why this is so important. A man got in a fight with another guy. He had a gun. He was let out. Next night, he got out, went back, and killed him. So that's why it's so important, President, what you're doing. And thank you for protecting the American flag. And we'll do that without running afoul of the First Amendment as well. And President, I think I think Gadi Serralta had something he wanted to give you on behalf of all the law enforcement who are out there every single night.
Yes. Thank you for putting me in charge of this surge. As the director of the United States Marshal Service, it's the oldest law enforcement agency. It was created in 1789. So on behalf of all the federal law enforcement agencies that we're working with and those that have yet to join the team, we thought it was only appropriate to present you with an honorary United States Marshal Service badge. And this badge comes with this little item right here, which is a handcuff key, Mr. President, because you continue through your policies and your efforts with your staff to unhandcuff law enforcement officers all over this nation. And I can tell you personally that they thank you for that.
Thank you. That's beautiful.
You can continue unhandcuffing law enforcement.
That's a very great honor. I'll save that and put it someplace up, which is important. Thank you very much, Gary. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Really nice. Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you.
I don't know.
Well, we love those people. They're brave and they love our country, and they don't want to see. They don't want to see it. Do you know how many people volunteered for this job? And before I ask the VP to say a few words, because he feels very strongly about it, I think it's very important, Pam, that when we do this, that a state required, they come and ask us. I mean, I see Pritzker saying, we don't want them. In the meantime, his city is being shot to hell. And they do that politically. And they probably do want it. If we didn't go to Los Angeles, you would literally have had to call off the Olympics. It was so bad. And the sheriff and the law enforcement people, but the sheriff said, and he came out very strongly, he said, if we didn't have these people, we were not able to control it. Now, 4 days later, after we had it totally under control, we did that quickly. He changed his tune a little bit. Well, I think we could have done it, you know. They were dead. If we didn't send in the troops, Los Angeles was dead, the Olympics was gone, the World Cup was gone, everything was gone. We did a great job. And Newsom, we got he's an incompetent governor. But I think people should want us to be there, because otherwise all they'll do is complain as we do our job. So we'll have to think about that, okay? We go in, like in Washington, we go in and the people that are here that have been doing, I don't want to say terrible, because she happens, you know, she's a nice woman, I guess. I don't care about if she's nice, you know, I really don't care. I want her to do, I'd rather have her be horrible, but do the job. But we come into Washington and we have the 11 best days they've had here in 2 centuries. I mean, they've never seen anything like it. Let's go 2 decades. In over 20 years, they haven't seen anything like what happened. And now they're out there saying, we don't have crime in Washington. Well, that's true. For 11 days, you don't have crime. But before that, everybody was getting hit and mugged, and you people could not walk to your office without security. That's how unsafe it was. So I think we should really let them have their city, let their city go to hell, and when they come and beg us to help. The only problem is we want to save it for the people, because the people want us there. The people here, 95% of the people here want us. The real people, not the people you find on, I don't know where you find these people. You have one person that has a broken nose. Where'd you get it? Well, I was mugged. Good. Do you want to see Trump here with? No, I don't want. The woman has a broken nose. She got mugged. But she's saying she doesn't want any protection. It's all made up fake news. It's just fake news. I don't know where you find these people. Anyway, would you say a couple of words, please? And then I'm going to ask JD to say something. You have done an unbelievable job in a short period of time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Highly recommended by you know who, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to say his name?
Mr. Youngkin, Governor Youngkin. Yes, sir.
We stole you from Governor
He called
Youngkin.
me.
Right.
He called me. Glenn Youngkin called, and he said, "I have somebody who's really fantastic." And based on that recommendation, here you are. You've done a fantastic job. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department are back. They enjoy doing their job again. They feel the ability to go out and be law enforcement officers. They feel that they're connected to their communities again. They are making a difference. Thanks to you, Mr. President, and our federal task force, you are making D.C. safe once again. Thank you, sir.
It's going to get better and better. Well, it can't get much better. There's no crime. I read where crime's down 89%. I said, really? Who are the 11%? Okay? There's no crime. JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thanks, Mr. President. Thanks to the incredible team here. You know, I was want to echo something the President said, where you say there have been murders in a couple of weeks in D.C., and it doesn't sound good, but then you talk to local law enforcement, and I didn't realize this, that this town averaged one murder every other day for the last 20, 30 years, which means that in 2 short weeks, the President and the team have saved 6 or 7 lives, people who would have been killed on the streets of D.C., who are now living, breathing, spending time with their families, because the President had the willpower to say, no more. We're not going to give the streets of D.C. over to vagrants and robbers and murderers. And the last point I want to make, sir, to your point about we want people to welcome us, to ask us, because look at Governor Pritzker in Illinois, or Governor Newsom in Los Angeles, or Governor Moore in Maryland. They are angrier about the fact that the President of the United States is offering to help them get their crime under control than they are about the fact that murderers are running roughshod over their cities and have been for decades. Why are Democrat governors angrier about federal law enforcement helping clean up their streets than they are about the fact that those streets need to be cleaned up to begin with? It shows a real sickness in the head. And I agree with the President of the United States. I think most Democrats, rank and file, nobody likes crime. Republicans don't like crime. Democrats don't like crime. Independents don't like crime. Why are Democratic governors doing everything in their power to make crime easier to do in their cities? It doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. But, Mr. President, I appreciate you being willing to help. And I hope these governors take you up on the offer, because we should clean up all of America's streets. It's the right of every American to live in safety and comfort in their community.
And we've got the people to do it. They're signing up like they've never signed up before. Our military, as you know, during the campaign, nobody was signing up. We were way short of their goal, we were understaffed. Nobody wanted to be in the military. Nobody wanted to be a policeman. Nobody wanted to be a fireman. They didn't want anything to do with the country. We had an incompetent, grossly incompetent president who, frankly, should not have been there. He should have never been there. The damage he did to this country is incalculable. I mean, just what he has done. So much of our effort are getting murderers and jailbirds and people out of this country who are drug dealers at the highest level. So much of the energy of people that he led in, it was an unforced error. But I don't think they think it's an error. But I don't believe he believed it. It was the radical lunatics that surrounded this guy at this desk, who are brilliant people, but with the wrong philosophy. There were some brilliant people, but they're evil people, and they're going to be brought down. They have to be brought down because they really hurt our country. But we're getting it back very quickly. And I'll tell you something, our country's now it's stronger. I think we're more respected than we've been respected in 100 years. It's a whole different ballgame. JD, could I ask you,
Yes, sir.
You gave a stat on murders here. What were the numbers? You said in a short period of time, how many people were murdered?
Local law enforcement told me, sir, that in the past 20 or 30 years, D.C. has averaged a murder every other day. That's, 200 murders a year, 150, 250, but about every other day a person has been killed on the streets of Washington, D.C. We've been doing this for 2 weeks. 0 people killed. That's real lives saved that the media and, frankly, the entire Democratic Party should be saying, thank you for saving lives instead of attacking the President of the United States for doing so.
When a person, unfortunately, will probably happen at some point, when a person's murdered in D.C., it's going to be the biggest story maybe in history. Right?
Yes, sir.
Somebody was murdered in D.C. Trump is failing. No, we're not failing. We have a safe city. This is maybe the safest city in America right now. That's how good it is. And it would be nice to be appreciated. These people eventually, they're going to have to be appreciated for what they're doing. And they're going to have to be appreciated by the officials that are really happy when we go in because they've lost control of their place. Steve Miller, please, say a few words.
Thank you, sir. So just to, first of all, follow up on what the Vice President said. No police officer working in the city can remember a time in their lives when there has been no murders. You can work at the police department for 20 years, 30 years, your whole life. We've checked the records. No one can even find a record of being murder-free for as long as we've been murder-free under President Trump's leadership. Additionally, and the President spoke about this before, we've uncovered, in the process of uncovering, a massive scandal in Washington, D.C. with the doctoring of crime stats. And the Department of Justice, under the Attorney General, is leading the effort to uncover this. But when we ultimately share the results, it will stun you. The extent to which, even though D.C. had the worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was. There's even accusations that murders and homicides were reported as accidents instead of murders. I mean, this is how severe the manipulation of the crime data has been in this city, and it will all be uncovered and it will all be brought to light. I've had a chance to spend some time, as has everyone here, with the police officers in the city. Members of the public are going up to them and thanking them, just overflowing with gratitude, because for the first time in their lives, they can use the parks, they can walk on the streets. You have people who can walk freely at night without having to worry about being robbed or mugged. They're wearing their watches again. They're wearing jewelry again. They're carrying purses again. People had changed their whole lives in this city for fear of being murdered, mugged, and carjacked. It is a literal statement that President Trump has freed 700,000 people in this city who were living under the rule of criminals and thugs. And the last thing I'll say is that under the efforts of Terry, to my left and many here, what they found also is that the street criminals here in Washington, D.C. were doing business directly with the transnational criminal cartels, the foreign terrorist organizations. So not only was the city being run by these criminal thugs, but they were working with some of the most dangerous terrorist organizations on the planet to traffic weapons and drugs into this city. And what we are uncovering every day is shocking to us, and we look forward to sharing all the results with you. But President Trump, your leadership has uncovered some of the great public safety scandals of our life, and now because of you, people are safe and free for the first time ever in this city.
Thank you very much, Steve. In Los Angeles, Beverly Hills is, a great place. I have a house there. I had a house there. I used to stay a lot of time, spend a lot of time there. And a great place. Do you know that I have friends, they leave their trunk open for their car because they know they're going to be vandalized. They don't want the trunk ripped off in order for them to steal what's in the back. They leave the doors open so when they go in to steal the radio or whatever they take, that they don't rip off the door. They leave the doors totally open so the criminals, when they go and open the door, they'll have to break the windows and kill the car in order to steal whatever it is in the car that they're looking for. And that's at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Nobody lives like that. I have another friend, he has a garage, and in order to save his garage door, he leaves it open so that people can just walk into his garage, take whatever they want, and leave. But all the cars so many cars, I've been told this by many people, stars, big people, they leave their doors open so the doors aren't destroyed by these criminals. All over Los Angeles this is taking place. And you know that. I mean, you've heard that. Christy, could you say a few words?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, I think one of the most impactful statistics that you used today was of the 1,000 arrests that have happened already so far, 439 of them were illegal criminals, which means they never should have been in this country to begin with. That they were in this country, invaded over our southern border or our northern border or maritime seas, and then they committed crimes against the American people. So by getting those individuals incarcerated, we've stopped those violent crimes from happening here in the city. And sir, they do. Exactly like Stephen was talking, they have ties to cartels. They have networks across this country and other cities. So by what you're doing here is going to have a ripple effect in Miami, in Chicago, in other cities, because you're grabbing those networks and giving us information and targeting information to go and get more criminals across this country. So thank you for the work that you're doing. We have ICE and CBP, Federal Protective Services, Secret Service, HSI, all of our officers are working with all the other agencies every day here in DC, and they're so proud to have this kind of partnership. So they're so glad that you're letting them do their jobs again. And I don't know if you've heard, sir, but the recruitment campaign for ICE, when we were going to hire 10,000 new officers, we've got over 130,000 people that have applied and raised their hands and said they want to work with ICE. So no matter what the fake news says or what the media says about ICE not having support, they've got incredible support from the American people. People want to join them and help them do what they're doing to make America safe again. So thank you for that.
I was going to say that our recruitment drive, it was dead. During the campaign, they couldn't get, every story was the Army can't fill up, the Marines, none of them could fill up. They were way behind. We couldn't get anybody to go into the military, couldn't get any police. We've just set records on everybody wants to be in. Everybody wants to go in. And we're taking incredible people. I mean, the level of, because of the Supreme Court, it's based on merit. It's all based on merit now. It's not based on anything else. You got to, if you need strong people, you have to get strong people. It's all based on merit. But we're setting records in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the Coast Guard. One of my favorites, because I happen to have created it, Space Force. We're very proud of Space Force. It's amazing what it's doing. We're leading in space now. China was killing us. Russia was beating us. China was killing us. We're now killing China. We are leading in space by a lot because of Space Force. So we're very proud. But everybody wants to go in. We went from not, and you know how bad that is for the spirit when every story that you were writing a year ago was that nobody wants to go into the military anymore. And if you're in the military, you know how deflating that is? You go and be a family. Nobody wants a job that you have. Well, now it's the opposite. Everybody wants to be there. And that includes police and fire and everything else. You're doing a good job.
Thank you, sir.
You stopping a lot of wars? just the presidents we're stopping. We've stopped 7 wars, and really the number is actually 10. We're not including a couple, and we're not including in there what we did with Iran, stopping their nuclear play. They would have had, within a month or two, they would have had a nice big nuclear weapon to use. That's not going to happen. That won't happen. Pete, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. President, thank you very much for your leadership. And the Defense Department is proud to be a part of this task force. Just like we have been down at the southwest border, where crossings are at 0. We've got national defense areas where we're working with Border Patrol to secure the southern border for the American people. Just like Los Angeles, where ICE officers deserve to do their job without being attacked, we're really proud to be a part of defending the nation's capital and ensuring it is safe and beautiful and working with law enforcement. And Mr. President, let me tell you, the morale of the troops, getting out there talking to them, they love this mission. They're grateful to be doing it, whether they're D.C. National Guard or other state National Guards.
This thing does not come to VWAP, I'm
at your direction as well, sir. It's just common sense.
Either a
sure
fly or
well.
VWAP.
So
There is no in between, right?
They're armed,
It's either a
capable
fly
of
or
defending themselves and
VWAP.
others if need be, supporting law enforcement, and we're proud to be there, sir.
Cycled.
Well, look at the mission you just accomplished with Iran. 36 hours back and forth, flawless. Every bomb hit its target. They went right down those chutes, dark at night, no moon, no nothing. Every target, every bomb went right down. They have a chute that goes right down deep into the mountain. And they shouldn't have put ventilation in, I can tell you, because we use that for our advantage. But what they did, and we had the pilots and even the people that took care of the planes, we had a whole group of people at the White House a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, I didn't realize this, but they said, we've been looking at their predecessors, and then these were the pilots. They said, we gave them beautiful medals. And I'll show you the medal. Gave them a medal just like this. See? Just like that. They were so happy. Gave a lot of them out for that. It was an incredible job. You know, we had 52 tankers. People don't realize, so that they could refuel. We had many fighter jets, F-22s, F-35s. We had many. It was an amazing operation. It was flawless. Compare that to the operation when they went in with the helicopters crashing and everyone running around the desert, and the prisoners being taken, and that was Jimmy Carter, and what a horrible thing. This was the exact opposite. This was the exact opposite of what they did in leaving a very, very nice place. The Taliban runs a tough operation in Afghanistan, and I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. That was Biden. I was leaving, and we would have left through strength, tremendous strength. We would have had we would have kept Bagram, which is the air base, one of the largest runways in the world, one of the most powerful. You could land anything on it, many, many feet thick. You don't build them that way anymore. You can't. But we left it, and now China's occupying that air base. This was the most incompetent administration in history, the Biden administration. And you're just lucky that they lost, because if they won, you wouldn't have a country anymore. And so, Pete, you started up by saying the Department of Defense. And somehow it didn't sound good to me. You know, it didn't sound good. Defense, what are we defense? Why are we defense? So it used to be called the Department of War. And it had a stronger sound.
Dumping
and as you know, we won World War I, we won World War II, we won everything. Now we have a Department of Defense with defenders. I don't know. If you people want to, standing behind me, if you take a little vote, if you want to change it back to what it was when we used to win wars all the time, that's okay with me. All right?
That's coming soon.
You let me know if you want to do it. I think Department of War. It just sounded bad. He said, sir, on behalf of the Department of Defense. Defense. I don't want to be defense only. We want defense, but we want offense too, if that's okay. So you'll make a decision. But you know, as Department of War, we won everything. We won everything.
Flying
and I think we're going to have to go back to that. In the meantime, I've stopped all of these wars. I've stopped them. A big one would have been India and Pakistan, but we stopped them all. We stopped 3 wars. Go to Africa. They like to say, oh, you know, I love black people, and I did great with the vote with the black people, but they say he's a racist, he's a racist. I said, really? For 35 years, a war raged between Rwanda and the Republic of the Congo, and it was a vicious war. 9 million people were killed with machetes, largely, hatchets, machetes. That went on for more than 30 years, but 34, 35 years, and I stopped it. In fact, the presidents are coming in a week or two to sign. We have the foreign ministers. It's all signed. The war stopped.
Confirmations
I got it stopped and saved
QQQ is
a lot
going
of lives.
higher.
The
SPY
Congo
says do not short.
it's deep
basically.
into
They're just
deepest darkest
it might be hovering
Africa.
at the roof.
I got that war stopped. Nobody else could have done that. We did a lot of jobs. We did a lot of wars were stopped that nobody thought would even be possible. And I'll tell you what. The war with India and Pakistan, that was the next level. That was going to be a nuclear war. They already shot down 7 jets. That was raging. And I said, you guys want to do trade? We're not doing any trade. We're not doing anything with you if you keep fighting. You got 24 hours to settle it. They said, well, there's no more war going.
Yeah, he should be done soon, guys.
And I used that on numerous occasions. Trade. I used I used whatever you had to use. But we got 7 of them stopped. And the one I thought would be easiest, frankly, was going to be Russia and Ukraine. But that turns out to be
basically
some big personality conflicts. It's one of those things. But we're going to get that stopped eventually. We're going to get that stopped too. 7,000 soldiers died last week. Think of that. 7,000. I usually say 5,000, but 7,221 soldiers died last week in the fight between Ukraine and Russia. And they're not our soldiers, but they're souls. They're living souls, and they leave their homes, and they wave to their parents, and their parents are so proud as they leave in a beautiful uniform, and a week later they get their head blown off by a drone. New form of military. It's a whole new form of fighting. So I would just like to thank the people that are behind me. Thank you very much. You've done a fantastic job. I appreciate it very much. We're doing a real job. And I'm so proud of D.C. I passed it 2 days ago. All the garbage is off the streets. It's terrible. I came in A month and a half ago, I'm driving down and I see garbage all over the place. The streets were a pigsty. Like I won't use the city's names, but you know what I'm talking about. There are plenty of them outside of this country and inside of this country. Baltimore is a horrible deathbed. It's a deathbed. I know Governor Moore said, "Oh, he wants to take a walk with me." He meant it in a derogatory tone. I said, "No, I'm the president of the United States. Clean up your crime and I'll walk with you." But it's tremendous crime. But he was trying to be derogatory. He doesn't have what it takes. But he's trying to be derogatory. And I met him at the Army-Navy game. They said, "Oh, there's Governor Moore. He'd love to see you." He came over to me. He hugged me, shook my hand. "You were there." He said, "Sir, you're the greatest president of my lifetime." I said, "Well, it's really nice that you say that. I'd love you to say it publicly, but I don't think you can do that, so it's okay. But no, sir, you're doing a fantastic job. I want to just shake your hand." "Thank you very much, Governor." That was it. And then every time I see him on television, he's knocking the hell out of me. So, but that's all right. That's called politics. But Governor Moore's he's doing a bad job. Newsom's doing a bad job. All of their potential candidates are doing a bad job. I can't imagine Pritzker being even a candidate, but somebody said he is. He can't do the work.
Talking about a lot of nonsense.
He's not temperamentally suited. So I just want to thank you all for being here. Do you have some questions?
Mr. President, is the Pentagon, and maybe the Secretary of Defense can weigh into, is the Pentagon preparing for military deployment to Chicago? And with what you said there, are you waiting for the government?
We're ready to go anywhere. We have a full complement of great human beings. We're full. You know, our military is full. We were way empty 1 year ago. Now we're full. So we can go anywhere on less than 24 hours notice. And we're doing a lot to interdict to stop drugs from coming in too. We have ships out on sea. You know, we have nobody coming through our border anymore. Nobody. Doesn't that feel good to know that you don't have prisoners coming in and killers, murders? We had 11,888 murderers come in, led in by the Biden administration. Many of them have been captured, but we still have a couple of thousand that are out there. Some of them, 50% of them killed more than one person, okay? But a lot of them have been captured. What they've done to our country, these people that circle this moron that we had behind this desk, what they've done to our country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. I mean, if you think so much of our time is devoted to correcting a problem that all they had to do is say, close the borders. Remember when he said, well, I have no power to close the border. I have to go back and get an act from Congress. I didn't get an act from Congress. I came in, I said, close the borders. And Tom Homan, who's not here, has been fantastic.
Now the market is
Tom Homan is great. He's a fantastic man and respected by everybody. But I said, Tom, close the borders. Christie, close the borders.
If these candles truly stack, and we're at VWAP, then we
just close the borders. And in the last 3 months, hard to believe this one too.
35 reductions.
In the last 3 months, we've had 0 people come into our country illegally through the southern border. Nobody would have said that's possible. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, MS-13 gangbanger and human trafficker Kilmar Abrego Garcia turned himself into ICE in Baltimore. Do you have any comment on this? And why are the Democrats so emotionally attached to this man who beats his wife and is part of a terrorist organization?
Because they think he's going to be good for votes, and I think he's very bad for votes. These people are deranged. He's not good for votes. He beat the hell out of his wife. His wife is afraid to even talk about him. She's been mauled by this animal. And, you know, through a system of liberal courts, he's doing things. But, no, we have that under control. And Pam has got that very much under control. Do you want to comment on it, Pam?
No, we've got him under control. He will no longer terrorize our country. He's currently charged with human smuggling, including children. The guy needs to be in prison. He doesn't need to be on the streets like all these liberals want him to be. And as part of this operation here in D.C., we've also taken on MS-13 members. We've taken, I think just last night, we got a TDA guy off our streets right here, right around from where we all work. Another TDA member gone because of this project. So we're going to keep America safe from all of these foreign terrorist organizations
The market bounced at 11:40, 11:37. It is now finally deciding what to do. This is a cycle to go higher or lower.
In Gaza that killed 20 people, including 5 journalists.
When did this happen?
This happened overnight, today.
I didn't know that.
Any reaction to this? Are you
Well,
going
I'm
to
not
talk to
happy
the Prime
about it.
Minister?
I don't want to see it. At the same time, we have to end that
This
whole
thing could be fast.
nightmare.
Right?
I'm the
If
one
it
that got the
truly does,
hostages out. I
if
got
it
them
truly
out.
stacks and
All
goes
of
to
them.
VLAN.
Steve Witkoff has been amazing. He's done a great job. But I'm the one that got them all out through my people and through me. And now we're left with probably a little bit less than 20 because I think 1 or 2 are gone. And I said a long time ago, I'm going to get them out. But when we get down to that final 10 or 20, these people aren't going to release them because they're dead after they release them. So it's a nasty situation. Very nasty, horrible thing.
Mr.
Yes.
President, could you please elaborate on your post on South Korea? What were you referring to?
Well, I heard that there were raids on churches over the last few days, very vicious raids on churches by the new government in South Korea, that they even went into our military base and got information. They probably shouldn't have done that, but I heard bad things. I don't know if it's true or not. I'll be finding out. As you know, your new president's coming in just a couple of hours coming here. I look forward to meeting him. But we won't stand for that. We just won't stand for that.
Yes. Are you prepared to order National Guard troops, though, into American cities if those governors don't request the federal deployment?
I am, but I also think that, look, Chicago, everybody knows how bad it is. Everybody standing there knows. We know. You don't have to be doing any studies. They should be saying, please come in.
Cycle here, build liquidity.
Pritzker should be saying that. You know, I did a favor for Christy Whitmer, a good favor, I think, with the fish, the carp, the China carp. Did you ever hear of it? China carp. And it's taken over your Great Lakes. You know about that, right? And she came and she wanted to know if it's possible for us to do something about it. And I said, well, I'll do it. But I think it's appropriate that the person from Illinois, the governor from Illinois, asks also. It's a tremendously expensive project, actually. It's invasive. It's horrible what's happened. And we can do it with GSA and various people. But we can do it. We're going to just have to see what happens, okay? We're going to have to see what happens. But
you have the legal
but
authority
the governor of Michigan came, was very respectful, asked for it. She's done a good job. I did that. I opened the Air Force Base, kept it open for F-35s and various planes, F-22s too. I did that for the state of Michigan at her request.
Candle breaks.
And also at our congressmen. We have congressmen that are unbelievably pro-Michigan up there. But some of this stuff, like the lakes, the Great Lakes, this is a big problem that nobody ever talks about. Most of you probably have never heard of. We have a pretty violent fish that comes from China, China carp, Chinese carp. And you see them jumping out. They jump into boats and they jump all over the place. They've got a lot of energy. And there's a way of getting rid of them. It's very expensive.
Bears are coming.
And
into 11:45.
I didn't get a request from
Bears are pushing.
The governor
into
of
11:45
Illinois
coming.
is affected maybe more than anybody else, right? And I think until I get that request from that guy, I'm not going to do anything about it. And I feel the same way about crime. We go in, we will solve Chicago within 1 week, maybe less, but within 1 week we will have no crime in Chicago, just like we have no crime in D.C. But, I don't like to go in and do it and then have somebody stand up and say what a great job he's doing on crime. And we don't want the military in our state. We don't want the military. Do you understand? Do you understand that?
Yeah, these governors will say
so I don't know.
There was no emergency
We're going to have a little
response.
meeting, I think. I feel like we go in and we do it, like here. To a lesser extent with the mayor, she hasn't been terrible, but she hasn't been, exactly saying, oh, great. She did say last night, I heard her say that, well, we really don't want the military in D.C. Well, that's, not very nice, I guess. That's a little bit of a hit. But she's not as bad as some. We saved Los Angeles, and all we did is get criticized by this idiot that's running the state into the ground, right, where people are leaving. He should be thanking us, and he should be requesting us to be there. And the governor of Illinois should be. Chicago's a disaster. And the governor of Illinois should say, President, would you do us the honor of cleaning up our city? We need help. They need help. They need help.
So are you
But
waiting for
we may wait. We may or may not. We may just go in and do it, which is probably what we should do. The problem is, it's not nice when you go in and do it and somebody else is standing there saying, as we give great results, say, we don't want the military. They need help badly. Chicago desperately needs help. Just look at the crime statistics. Look at the statistics that JD said about, even I didn't know it was that bad. That's terrible. But all I know is we're being celebrated because we went an entire week. Now it's 11 days. We went an entire week without a murder. And I said, boy, that sounds terrible. I didn't know how to, I actually made a speech. I didn't know how to say it. Because it's a great number, it's a great thing, but it sounds so bad. I mean, supposing you're from a foreign country, which is properly run, and they don't have murders and things, right, so much, or in some cases virtually at all. And you have somebody saying, I'm proud to announce that nobody was murdered in the capital of the United States this week. It sounds terrible, but...
Mr. President, Gavin Newsom, you mentioned Gavin Newsom on crime.
Gavin Newsom, yes.
Is there a federal mechanism you're hoping to use to fight back against his redistricting constitutional amendment, or is that...
Well, I think I'm going to be filing a lawsuit pretty soon, and I think we're going to be very successful in it. We're going to be filing it through the Department of Justice. That's going to happen. And we're also going to be filing a lawsuit on blue slipping. You know, blue slips make it impossible for me as president to appoint a judge or a U.S. attorney because they have a gentleman's agreement. It's nothing memorialized. It's a gentleman's agreement that's about 100 years old, where if you have a president like a Republican and if you have a Democrat senator, that senator can stop you from appointing a judge or a U.S. attorney. In particular, those are the two, I guess anything, but those are the two that are very important. So we have numerous states where we have unbelievable people. Now, Jay Clayton was just approved in the Southern District, but he was so good. He was a top student, top schools, top everything, went to Sullivan and Cromwell, became the head of Sullivan and Cromwell, came down here, was Securities and Exchange Commission, ran it for 4 years during my term, like impeccably, beautiful job. He did an incredible job. And we went to court. And the judges, Democrat judges, voted that he could. That's the only way you get by it. But generally speaking, you can't do that because you'll have judges from the other party. So Jay Clayton just got approved, and he's in. But he didn't get approved by the senators. He got approved by the court system in New York, which was a great thing. And I had a big victory in New York, I might add. I saved myself $500 million with a fake, corrupt attorney general. A really corrupt person with a corrupt judge who was disgraceful, and they're being mauled right now by everybody. It's so corrupt, and it kept business out of New York. Stuff like that. But the appellate division vacated all of that stuff that you read about.
I have no idea what he is rambling about.
We're going to do a big number on that whole thing. You can't have a corrupt court system.
10 minutes. He's supposed to
you can't have that. You have to have borders, and you have to have a free press. Otherwise, you don't have a country. But you'll be hearing about the blue slipping.
I want to leave my spot.
Because if you have you don't need two senators. You just need one Democrat senator with a Republican. The only person that I can get approved are Democrats or maybe weak Republicans, but we don't want that. But the only person I will be able to get approved in any of those states where you have a Democrat I can't get a U.S. attorney. I can only get a Democrat U.S. attorney. And this is based on an old custom. It's not based on law, and I think it's unconstitutional, and I'll probably be filing a suit on that pretty soon.
During the campaign, you called Kamala Harris a communist, but the Biden-Harris administration, they never called for nationalizing a private company with the federal government like you're proposing with Intel. What do you say to some who say this is a bit hypocritical, and is this the new way of doing industrial policy?
Yeah, sure it is. I want to try and get as much as I can. If people come in and they need something, as an example, as a real estate person, if I have an agreement and I have any form of a stopgap where I can stop somebody from doing something, right? I have a covenant and an agreement, and they come to me and they say, I would like you to would like to do something, but you have us restricted. If I do that, they usually have to pay. Now, in the case of Intel, it was interesting, but I hope I'm going to have many more cases like it. Intel came in. I met with the gentleman. I had a lot of respect for him. He came in under a little bit of a cloud. I liked his story. I thought he was good. I think he really means to do a good job with Intel. I said, I'd like to ask whether or not you'd give, because a lot of people said I invested in Intel. I didn't invest, but I invest my heart in it and my soul because I want the country to be strong. But I said, I'd like you to give 10% of Intel to the United States of America. Not to me, to the United States of America. And I said, if you have them as a partner, you have the United States as a partner, I think that would be a very good thing for Intel. And he thought about it, a little bit different, and he said, I like that idea very much. We have a deal. And I just made $10 billion or $11 billion for the United States of America. And yeah, there will be other cases. If I have that opportunity again, I would do that. And then, you do have stupid people say, oh, that's a shame. It's not a shame. It's called business. If somebody's willing to give you 10% of a company and you're not paying for it, and I will tell you, with a company like Intel, as you know, it's had difficulty. I want them to do well. I want them to do well anyway, but I want them to do well in particular now.
But isn't public
That was a bull trap, but there's a
company
divergence
a
at the
new
root.
way of doing business in the business of the United States? Isn't that what you were sort of rejecting?
So are tariffs. So, as you know, the stock market went up almost 1,000 points on Friday. And it went up not because of this very, I think, terrible.
About the stock
Hello?
market.
Who's that? Who is that back there? All right, get out of the room. It went up because of something much different. It went up because it was announced, CBO announced the numbers, and as you know, they gave no credit to tariffs. They said they made a mistake, that the trade deficit will be reduced because of Trump's tariffs, will be reduced by $4 trillion, right? Is that what they said, right? They said $4 trillion, and the market went up like a rocket ship because the tariffs are good. Well, tariffs aren't that usual. If the 7 wars I stopped, 4 of them were because of the fact that I had tariffs and trade. And I was able to say, well, if you do this, if you go fight and if you want to kill everybody, that's okay. But I'm going to charge you each 100% tariff when you trade with us. You know what? They all gave up. I stopped 7 wars. Numerous of them was because of tariffs. So, you never knew the word tariff. It didn't exist really, essentially, in this country until actually in the 1870s up till 1913 it existed. And we were the richest country. We were richer then, proportionately, than at any time in the history of our country. And then, stupidly, in 1913, they said, let's go to the income tax way of life. Let the people pay instead of foreign countries. No, we're taking in trillions of dollars in tariffs, and we're stopping wars because of tariffs. So that's not so normal either. But you know what? Other countries did it to us, and now we're doing it to other countries.
You rolled out boots on the ground in Ukraine, but how would air support as part of a security guarantee be any different? Those U.S.
Well, you
airmen...
really went from one question to the next. You go from one. I expected him to at least challenge me a little. Now we're talking about boots on the ground.
But U.S. air assets over the skies of Ukraine as part of a security guarantee. Wouldn't those U.S. airmen also be
Well,
in
you
danger?
don't know what security guarantee is because we haven't even discussed
Not
the
even in
specifics
5
of
minutes,
it.
basically.
And we'll see. Number one, Europe is going to give them significant security guarantees, and they should because they're right there. But we'll be involved from the standpoint of backup. We're going to help them. And I think if we get a deal, and I think we will, but if we get a deal, you're not going to. I don't believe you're going to have much of a problem. But we'll back it up because I want to stop seeing people being killed. You know, when Biden was here, he gave $350 billion. You know this from covering business. $350 billion to Ukraine. I said that Zelensky's the greatest salesman I think I've ever met, better than P.T. Barnum, because he'd come to the country, he'd walk out with $50 billion every time. He actually came here once, he walked out with $100 billion. We're up to $350 billion.
Wow.
I got $1 trillion worth of rare earth that we have from the country because I felt badly for our taxpayer. But I did something else at the NATO meeting. They are wealthy countries, but they weren't paying. And we don't pay any money to Ukraine anymore. Do you know that? In fact, it's the opposite. They request through NATO. We deal with NATO. We don't deal really with Ukraine. NATO requests missiles. They want Patriots. They want missiles. We give the missiles to NATO. NATO pays us in full and does what they want. I mean, I think they give them mostly to, they can do other things with them too, because we're dealing with NATO. We pay no money to Ukraine. We gave $350 billion to Ukraine. You know, if we didn't give that kind of money, and I was the one that gave the javelins, if you remember. I gave the javelins. They were very effective. They say Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. They were very effective with those tanks right at the beginning. But you would have never had a war if I were president. You would have never had a war. Just to finish, we spend no money on Ukraine anymore. We were getting fleeced by a president that didn't know what he was doing. To be honest, I don't blame Ukraine. I mean, if they come and ask for $100 billion, then they get it. But we were in for $350 billion. Now, we make money. I don't want to make money on Ukraine. I want the war to end because I want to save all those lives. I want to just say, but just so you understand, we're no longer losing money on that thing. We were losing money hand over fist. And now we don't lose any money. Now we sell weapons to NATO. Because NATO agreed, because of me, to go to 5%. They had 2% and didn't pay. Now they have 5% and they're all paid up. So they have trillions of dollars and they give us that money. But I really want the war to end, and we're going to get it ended.
Mr. President, since the historic summit here with Ukrainian President Zelensky, European leaders all met here with you at the White House. You said you wanted to get this done bilateral as soon as possible. Have you spoken to Putin since last Monday?
Yeah, I have.
What is your conversation? Or can you share?
Every conversation I have with him is a good conversation, and then unfortunately a bomb is loaded up into Kiev or someplace, and then I get very angry about it. I think we're going to get the war done. It's tough. I thought that would be, of the 7 that I settled, I thought that would be the easiest of the group. See, you never know what's going to happen. You know, war, strange things happen in war. The fact that he went to Alaska, our country, I think was a big statement that he wants to get it done. That was not easy for him to go to Alaska, you know, for him to come here. But the fact that he showed up on a very successful day, it was a very successful day for other things. Because, you know, we're also talking about missiles, nuclear. We're talking about a lot of different things. We're talking about limiting nuclear weapons. We'll get China into that. We have the most. Russia has the second most, and China has third, but China is way behind, but they'll catch us in 5 years. We would like to denuclearize. It's too much power, and we talked about that also. That's part of it, but we have to get the war over with.
On Baltimore, sir. Thank you. On Baltimore, you said that you are going to have to reconsider bridge funding. Is that contingent on Westmore cleaning up the streets?
No, we were very generous to him on a bridge. You know, a boat ran into a bridge and the bridge came down like I've never seen anything. The boat was just, it just shows you the mass of that boat, the power of that boat. You know, people were up on that bridge, painters. They were painting the bridge and they were watching it happen. And they thought they were very safe. They all died. They were painting the bridge, can you imagine? And they watched the boat. The engines were off. And they watched the boat. And the power of that boat, the mass of that boat, went right through that steel just like it was nothing. It's amazing. It's called mass. Mass is a big deal. But the mass of that boat, those people all died. But they thought they were totally safe. They were eating their lunch. They were, you know, whatever. They were watching it. They could have gotten off. Somebody did a very good job. A police officer called in and said, close the bridge. And he did it with power. Get everybody off the bridge, close. That guy should get a medal because he stopped the bridge. A lot of people would have died. A lot more people would have died.
We've been doing this
the ones that died were the workers on the bridge. And they were just, they thought there was no danger.
Oh, Lord.
You know, it's a big steel bridge.
An hour and 10 minutes.
It came down like toothpicks. It was incredible to watch that. It was just, and they died. They all died. But that police officer Again, the police do a great job. The police officer did an amazing job. And I heard the tapes. He was saying, get everybody off. Most people wouldn't have said that. You know, when you see a thing like that, you assume it's going to, you know, tap the bridge and it's going to be rebuffed. The thing just came down. I've never seen anything like it. So he did a good job. In fact, I think we should get him in for a medal. The man that gave the warning, I listened to him. Everybody get off screaming. Everybody off. He had the sense to realize that this could be a catastrophe as opposed to a ship that's, because the engines weren't working, it's just floating. It's an amazing thing that a thing floating like that with no power just knocked it right down like it was nothing. Let's do that. Let's give him a medal. I've been thinking about it.
Mr. President, do you plan to investigate Chris Christie?
Say it what?
Do you plan to investigate Chris Christie?
Look, Chris is a slob. Everybody knows it. I know Chris better than anybody in the room. I always felt he was guilty. But what he did is he took the George Washington Bridge, which is very serious. He closed down the George Washington Bridge. And you had medical people, you had ambulances caught up. This thing was closed down. And obviously he knew about it. But he blamed the young lady that worked for him and another person, and they got into a lot of trouble. She ultimately was, I don't know, exonerated, but she got out of it a little bit. But she went through hell. She was a young mother, nice person. I knew her a little bit. And another man went to jail, and Chris got off. And so when I listen to Chris speak his hate, I say, oh, what about the George Washington Bridge? You know, tell me about the George Washington Bridge. He blamed other people, but he knew all about it. So no, I don't know if they want to look at it. It's not for me. If they want to look at it, they can. You could ask Pam. I think we have other things to do, but I always thought he got away with murder.
Mr. President,
why is he talking about Chris Christie?
In the Texas Senate race between Ken Paxton and John Cornyn?
Well, I'll make up my mind. I like them both. The worst situation I have is when I have two people that I get along with well. I hate it. And they all want the endorsement. You know, I'm almost 100% of the people I endorse win. It's a great honor. And I got, as you know, I got the largest vote in the history of Texas by far. Nobody's ever gotten more votes in the last election. I think in all the elections, the 3 elections. But they like me in Texas. So people are waiting for me. But I'd rather not comment on it right now. I like both guys. They're both friends of mine. And they're both good and very different.
There's some talk among congressional Republicans about another reconciliation bill. Where do you fall on that, and what would you like to prioritize?
Well, I don't want to do cutting. I want to save all the different things. I'm going to cut things that are unnecessary, but the one thing I said, and I gave my word, we're not going to hurt anybody on Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security. And in fact, we're doing great on Social Security. We found 300,000 illegals on Social Security. We got them out. And, you know, things like that make Social Security very, very strong. So, no, I am very big into certain things, and one of those 3, you could say 3 of those things are Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. We're going to protect it. And so we'll see how everything works out. If we're talking about rescissions on other things, I'm always open to cost cutting. If we can cost cut, I like it. But nothing's going to happen to medical. We have something coming up, favored nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,500% where a pill that sells in Germany for $10 costs $150 here because of the bad price. And I was all set to do it, and then we had the COVID come up, and I had to focus on that because we had the greatest economy in history in my first term. I will tell you that we are going to be doing numbers on the cost of drugs in this country.
I was really thinking one more red candle.
I'm not talking about a 20% decrease, which would be great. I'm talking about 1,000% decrease. We're talking about where a product would sell for $80 in Germany and $1,300 here. And we're not going to do that. We were subsidizing the entire world, and we're not doing it anymore. I informed the drug companies. I informed the world. And if the world wants to, if countries in the world don't want to go along, then I'm going to put tariffs on those countries, and we'll make more money. But they have to go along with it. So this is moving along rapidly. Dr. Oz is in charge, Bobby's group, and they're doing very well. And we're getting great cooperation from the because the drug companies know it's unfair. You know, for years they'd say, well, we had to do research and we had to do. I said, I don't care. You had to do research for these other countries also. They are ready to go, and I'm ready to go. And you know, if I pull that off, there's no way a Republican will lose an election. There's no way. All right, one more question. Steve. Steve,
Back to Ukraine.
what's this guy? He's the nicest guy I know, and he asks the most vicious questions.
Why do you think President Putin is so reluctant to meet with President Zelensky?
Because he doesn't like him. He doesn't like him. You know, they don't like. I have people I don't like. I don't like to meet with them. Sometimes I do like to meet with people I don't like.
So how do you get them together?
They don't like each other really. And if we had a real president instead of a guy that got in there with a fraudulent election, if we had a real president, that war would have never happened. Putin actually said, he said, if Trump were president, it wouldn't have happened. Happened for a lot of reasons. Happened because of Afghanistan. When he saw how incompetent Milley was and all these guys were, I think he said, wow, this might be it. Because it was the apple of his eye. It would have never happened if I were president.
Mr. President, you have built a relationship with Russian leaders and also North Korean leaders. As they are getting closer, how would that affect your diplomatic approach?
Well, I have very good relationships with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. I mean, a lot of people would say, oh, that's terrible. No, it's good. In fact, someday I'll see him. I look forward to seeing him. He was very good with me. We had 2 meetings. We had 2 summits. We got along great. I know him better than you do. I know him better than anybody, almost, other than his sister. His sister knows him pretty well. Now, I know him well, and I got along with him. You know, I'm not supposed to say I really like him a lot, because if I do that, I get killed in the fake news media. But I got along with him very well, and we had no problem. If at the time Hillary Clinton won the election, you would have had a nuclear war. You would have had a nuclear war. We're not going to have a nuclear war. Once that happens, it's over. We're not going to have a nuclear war. No, but Kim Jong-un will meet at some point. I look forward to it, actually. But you notice that since I came into office, you haven't had a problem with him. Hasn't been, you know, he tests lots of rockets. He does have great capability, I will say that. But I think a lot of good things are happening for our country. A lot of really good things. And the thing we're here today to talk about is crime, and specifically in D.C. I am so proud of what these people, every one of them, what they've done in D.C., because to literally stop crime on a button. I'd walk down that street right now. If I were, friends of mine are going out to dinner now. They haven't gone out to dinner in 4 years. They were petrified. Half the restaurants closed because nobody could go because they're afraid to go outside. Now those restaurants are open, and new restaurants are opening up. It's like a boom town. It's a great thing to see, and I'm very proud of the people behind me. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you.
And these insiders already did it again. Freaking wild. Wow, market is at high of the day. Okay, with a divergence by 10 minutes, but we are at 7,573 on QQQ, 645.04 on SPY. Can you guys hear me well? Is my mic loud enough? Well, holy, these candles have literally been artificially manipulated since 10 on QQQ. I think like that fucking weird ass candle, and then they just like brought it down, brought it up, brought it down, brought it up, however they wanted. However they wanted. Time is 12:10. Do we clear the divergence at the roof or not? Right, we are primed for it. The MACD is so trash. That is crazy. This cycle right here was crazy. Time is 12:10. Like too easily bearish. Like they do it on purpose, I guess, to literally fake it out. Day is green on SPY officially. QQQ has been green since 10:55. Right. 10:55. Divergence at the roof. Divergence at the roof. SPY was green, and now it is neutral. At the previous day 4 p.m. close, we are at 6:45.02. Okay. Again, divergence at the roof. Someone said SPY is not green yet. 30 cents. Okay, big red candle coming. Maybe this is the real direction now. They extended that shit so fucking long, but nothing happening until candles stack truly. Right? MACD truly. Nothing is really happening until candles stack, is all I can say. There's also a divergence at the roof, which is, yeah, shorting dangerous. Long also dangerous, because you gotta know the perfect time to enter and exit. Artificial ways. This is the bottom of the previous 4 p.m. close candle. Yeah, 4 p.m. somewhere here. Oh, maybe 4 p.m. is up here. Okay, so maybe we did not. We are not gap filling. He may be right. Right. We are not. Okay. Not yet, at least. Which is absolutely wild. On all of that, we did not yet. Time is 12:15. Thank you for that, Sean. Yeah, that's absolutely wild. 6:45 exactly. We are hovering here. 12:15 is coming in 15 seconds. It's 12:10 rejected at 12:08. 12:10 is trying to bounce into 12:15. Decision is being made. Okay, so now is a good time to send the SPX put to call ratio in the group chat. We are at the roof. Do we get a spike green candle to break the roof or not? There are a little bit more calls than puts right where we are at this exact moment. But that does not really mean anything. That truly does not mean anything, but that could mean that this is the setup. It was the setup, or it will be the setup, meaning we could go a little bit higher. But all that means is, right now, at this level on SPX, there is 80 to 20 call to put ratio. The level below us at 6460, there is 75 to 30 or 70 to 30. And then the level below that at 6455, there is 50-50. Right? 6470 is about 95 to 5. Which is the gap above, which is the only reason why they're not touching it yet, unless they're making the retail leave, making the retail leave, making the retail leave, and will make the retail leave, and then the smart money is holding all the calls, and then they're gonna leave into gap fill. That is also possible. Time is, this has to be up here, 12:15. 12:15 is rejecting on QQQ. We are at 20 EMA. Every single time it went there, it bounced or tried, unless it started a bearish cycle. So let's see if it holds. Let's see if this holds. Okay, every single time it went up, it held until they started losing it. It bounced after it lost it, right? So either holds or we go back here and then we bounce again, try. SPY being led by QQQ most likely right now. Volume is so weird on QQQ. That's the weirdest thing, right? This was up, down, up, down, up, down, up, and this was up, 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 up. So QQQ is at 28 EMA. It is losing 20 EMA. Maybe something is going on like this happening, where it dips below and then bounces again somewhere below. Let's see. Or we don't even, right? There has been times where it just dips and then goes back up. So, dips and goes back up. 12:15. Time is 12:20 and 8 seconds. We're about to find out what happens truly in this small cycle. Small cycle. Still holding it, looks like. Right, did not lose it, did not go below the 50, so right, nothing really. Showing, deciding what to do at 12:17, 12:20. So 12:15 rejected into 12:17, 12:15 rejected into 12:17, deciding what to do at 12:20. Bounce or not, or continue the rejection. We are bullish since 12:10, technically speaking here. 11:55 also holding. 11:55 is somewhere over here. 11:55 and then 12 looks like. Tiny ass trash cycles for now. Tiny. There's a bear trap so far. Has been. Time is 12:20. It's a big. We left the POC down there earlier in the day. POC is on QQQ. All the way down there as well. That's crazy work. So what if we pull back here to the second highest volume node on QQQ? That's also possible as well. But yeah, that is a big drop. That is a big drop. So time is 12:20. It might not even happen until end of day, but it could happen. Time is 12:20. Candles are coming in. I don't know. POC is all the way down there in the morning. That is absolutely wild. That means people got trapped on QQQ big time in the morning. And now it is pulling back. That is wild. Previous day, 4 p.m. on QQQ. Okay, guys, they're dumping, trying. Okay, candles aren't. If this candle stacks, it is one truly, right? If it really does stack, but I mean this shit could bounce and then confirmation lower too. But MACD's coming bearish on QQQ. Look at the SPX put to call ratio I sent at 12:14 though, right? Look at how fucking useful that is. At 12:14, right? At the tippy top, I sent that shit. Isn't that? Isn't that helpful as hell? Time is 12:20. A slight pullback. Nothing. Slight pullback. Nothing yet. MACD is slightly building bearish, but nothing. All the volume's up here too, so we could chop, and the POC moves up here. The POC already moved down south. Alright. Already moved down south on QQQ. Time is 12:20. I don't know why I moved that. Top of the algo range from 1140 touched, I guess. There's a lot of calls up here and up here too, and they just brought it down a little bit, not that much. They literally just brought it down a little bit, not that much, right? To basically 6,460, where there's 70-30 calls still. 70-30 calls still. $12.20 bouncing. Candles are gapping up and gap filled. This cycle today is crazy, basically, like every day. Every day. Time is 12:22. I mean, we really went up basically 90 cents from that whole shit. And my put is down like 60%, 50%. Like, they might just kill all SPY and then do it on the SPX, looks like. It's just what they fucking love to do. Time is 12:22. 12:22. This is horrendous. Not going higher, not going lower. Just horrendous action. $12.25 rejecting. Small cycle, nothing until if the 1220 breaks and something, but nothing. This is basically nothing. The MACD is dying bearish too, so they were bearish until 1220 and then they pulled it back. They were bearish from 1210 into 1220 and then they pulled it back. 12:30 he's supposed to come live again. Bilateral meeting, so not a lot of move up here. Just data burning puts. And I don't know, maybe calls, but not really. Are they? They're barely killing calls, I think. Barely killing calls. QQQ. Gap down 1 minute candle. Gap fill. Probably coming. $644.98 on SPY. 572.90 on QQQ. 572.90 on QQQ. Look at QQQ's MACD on the 5 minute. Tiny, right? And then look at SPY's 5 minute. Bearish growing. But tiny as hell. So maybe they're faking big time on bears. Maybe something is growing on QQQ. It looks like there's nothing on SPY though. Looks like there's nothing on SPY. QQQ is possibly faking today. It's crazy work. We're going up, down, up, down, up, down, but every single minute. Every single minute. Every single minute today has been a up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Literally every single minute. I'm not even joking. Literally every single minute today has been up, down, up, down, up, down. So completely controlled. Time is 12:25. Contained. 12:25. 12:30 is here. 12:30 is here. SPY trying for the high of the day. Time is 12:30. Since 10:55, we went up $1, which is fucking wild. $1 in an hour and 30 minutes. POC moved up on QQQ. Chopping up here. POC moved up, chopping up here. SPY. POC is at the middle. Oops. I'm gonna get a cup of water. I'll be right back. Alright, what did I miss? Nothing. Time is 12:30. QQQ gap down 1 minute, and there is a gap. It's horrendous. There's not a lot that it's playing with, but it is chopping in this range. 645, 644, and it's eating my puts. 645s. Eating all puts with time and theta, just hovering at the roof. Let's see. President Trump might be live now. Time is 12:30. Apparently there's a new president in Korea. QQQ. Filled the gap. Showing lower. Fill the gap. Showing lower. There's a lot of calls up here at SPXSY. They're killing. There's so many puts down here too, though. They're never gonna go down there. Or maybe, I don't know. There's so many puts down there. There's so many calls up there. It's fucking wild. And the candle's wild. And so, you know, this shit's gonna get people bearish. They're gonna go and they're going puts, and then they're gonna go up. So it's just fucking disgusting. The MACD literally so sneaky, coming in out of nowhere. Right below 6450, it's literally 60%, 40% puts. So where's that? 6450. 6450 is like somewhere down here. 6450. Okay, so 6450 is somewhere below 1045 AM level. Okay, never mind. It's way down there. Because we're not playing with a lot today. Like we've been playing with one whole dollar in the last hour, right? Like the 6450 to 6460 or whatever is like basically $1 on SPY. Time is 12:30, and they're bouncing at 12:30 into 12:35. They're doing some sneaky ass, weird ass candle bounce right at 12:30. Doing some weird bounce at 12:32 into 12:33 on QQQ. So that's a 12:30 bounce into 12:35 as well. This is so weird, right? QQQ had a very, very bullish upward trending channel earlier, and then they broke down. And now it is in a weird downward trending channel for now. Right, until it's not. We'll build this, Right, small cycle. Small cycle happening. Not much. SPY. Do you guys see any other wedge building? SPY was in an upward trend earlier. It broke down. It went back up to it, retested it, broke the HOD 1125. Went down, found support maybe at the previous HOD, you could call it, or whatever, and then bounced 1210, didn't gap fill. MACD coming in weird, so still bulls are there, it's just they're pulling back in a weird way. Such a weird way. That is so weird. We keep bouncing at 644.81, which is the 1140 algo range from 1138, 1137. I don't know. Right, bigger picture, you could say that QQQ also has a trend line from morning, that you could leave it like this. For now, that is also true. Right, look at how bullish QQQ has been today. This is how bullish QQQ was. It's continuously up. Right, continuously up and then pull back since 1152. 1130, bouncing into 1135, trying 1130, 1235, I mean, sorry. 1235 is here. Disgustingly bullish on QQQ today. Previous, say, 4 p.m. bounced at 11:50. We never came back for an hour and 30 minutes, right? With President Trump live, we were up here, and now we came back to the trend line that we broke earlier, or that we set. It's fucking nasty. Or maybe, This is something you can only draw now, but we're gonna draw that. Leave that for now. Time is 12:36. 12:35. U.S. and Korea bilateral meetings. Time is 12:36. 12:36. 12:40 in 1 second. 12:40. MACD is dying bearish. MACD is dying bearish, but the candles are not stacking green into 12:37 yet. We're at POC on QQQ. I think we have POC on SPY down there. So this is hovering at the roof. This is hovering at the roof for now. QQQ Wyland. SPY. Wyland. These candles are so scary. These candles are so scary short. These candles are scary for longs, right? This trend line is nothing, by the way. This is just like a sloping support. It's playing off and out. Right, this is more important. This downward trending, the fact that we are up here, so up the roof, above previous 4 p.m. 1240 bouncing. Crazy. This is truly crazy. Going up, going down, going up, going down, going up, going down. No direction. This is absolutely crazy. The bulls are holding. Or the bulls are holding this crazy. I don't fucking know how. We keep going lower and we keep doing that. We keep losing POC and we keep bouncing. What? Man. Let's go get IWM. IWM holding. Man. What a weird day. We are so bullish from literally Friday, yet we're not bullish, we're just bearish. But we're bullishly bearish because of Friday. That is disgusting. I mean, now it looks like QQQ's trying to pull back and SPY and IWM's holding, right? 12, 20, 12, 30, 12, 40, never breaking, so insane power. Right on the algo range like earlier. Literally insane power. Insane power. Time is 12:45 and 50 seconds. Yeah, that's unbelievable. HOD near. MACD volume. Bullish. Bears trapped, but time is 12:45 and 10 seconds. 12:45 is here. Twelve 12:45. HOD trying. HOD breaking. 12:45 wind direction is still north into 12:45 shot. That is severe power. Man, just holding this shit forever. Forever. 6:45:13 now. Man, this shit has to drop before 2 p.m. before I mean, so I could leave. Like, I am not in SPX. I'm in SPY. This is so bad. is 12:45. Bullish push coming on QQQ as well. Time is 12:45. Gap is actually touched now. Probably divergence might clear it. Right, all these bears are trapped. Breaking out, trying. There may be a nuke on SPY. May. Freaking nuke building. Time is 12:45. 6:45, 25. Whoa. QQQ is not going higher yet. SPY is nuking on that. Man. 6:45, 26. Now I'm getting fucked. This is hurting crazy. QQQ. No divergence clear. We are leaving the divergence. Why? So we can break the HOD all day, every day. That's what it literally feels like. What? Look at that run on SPY. Look at that run on QQQ. Okay. There they are.
미국은 세계 최고의 군사 장비를 만듭니다. B2 버머 같은 것은 보셨겠지만 굉장히 성공적이었습니다. 이번에 최근에 그런 작전에서 이 B2 버머가 왕복 36시간을 비행을 했는데 전혀 아무런 문제 없이 임무를 마치고 성공적으로 다시 돌아온 것입니다. 거기에는 또 52개의 탱커도 들어갔습니다. 하지만 어쨌든 그 버머라든지 추격기 최고의 군사 장비를 가지고 있습니다. 한국이 이러한 미국의 아주 뛰어난 군사 장비를 많이 구매할 것을 기대하고 있습니다. 오늘 다시 한번 이재명 대통령을 백악관에 모시게 된 것을 매우 영광으로 생각합니다. 그리고 그 전에 아주 선거에 이긴 것을 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 대통령님 감사드립니다. 이렇게 시간을 내주셔서 우리 대한민국 국민을 대표해서 감사 말씀을 드리면서 우리 대통령께서 이 오벌 오피스를 새로 꾸미고 있다는데 정말로 밝고 황금색으로 빛나는 게 정말 보기 좋습니다. 품격이 아주 있어 보이고 미국의 새로운 번영을 상징하는 것 같습니다.
Mr. President, let me begin by thanking you on behalf of the Korean people. I would like to thank you for giving your time for today's meeting. And I heard that you recently redecorated the Oval Office, and I would like to say that it looks very bright and beautiful, and it has the dignity of America, and it symbolizes the new future and prosperity of America.
미국을 다시 위대하게 만드는 것이 우리 대통령님의 꿈인데 미국이 다시 위대하게 변하고 있는 것 같고 그게 다우존스 지수에서도 그게 나타나는 것 같습니다. 제가 보니까 사상 최고치를 경신하고 있던데 오늘은 잠깐 조정되고 있지만 아주 훌륭하게 미국이 다시 위대해지고 있는 것 같습니다.
I believe that making America great again is your goal, and I believe that that is what is currently taking place in America. And I think the most symbolic thing of that is the Dow Jones Index, which reached a record high recently, although it went down a bit, but it reached a record high. And so I think that America is becoming great again.
말씀하신 조선 분야뿐만이 아니라 제조업 분야에서 르네상스가 이루어지고 있고 그 과정에서 대한민국도 함께하게 되기를 기대합니다.
So I believe that there is a renaissance taking place not only in the shipbuilding sector but also in the manufacturing industry, and I hope that Korea can be a part of that renaissance.
그리고 또 한 가지 제가 꼭
I don't
말씀드려야
even know
될
why I do
것이
SPY when I have SPY.
대통령님의 평화를 지키는 기간의 미국의 역할을 넘어서서 새롭게 평화를 만들어가는 피스메이커로서의 역할이 정말로 눈에 띄는 것 같습니다.
And one thing that I wanted to say to you is that America's role not as a keeper of peace, but a maker of peace is being more is emerging more evidently.
유럽, 아시아, 아프리카, 중동 뭐 여러 곳에서의 전쟁들이 이제는 트럼프 대통령님의 역할로 휴전하고 평화가 찾아오고 있습니다.
Many wars in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, and in the Middle East are coming to peace because of the role that you are playing.
세계 지도자 중에 전 세계의 이런 평화 문제에 대통령님처럼 이렇게 관심 가지고 실제로 성과를 낸 경우는 처음으로 보이집니다.
So among the many world leaders, I believe that you are the only leader who has made such accomplishments.
그리고 가급적이면 전 세계에서 유일하게 분단 국가로 남아 있는 한반도에도 평화를 좀 만들어 주셔서 김정은과도 만나시고 북한에 트럼프 월드도 하나 지어서 거기서 저도 골프도 칠 수 있게 해주시고 그래서 전 세계가 인정하는 정말 세계사적인 평화의 메이커로서의 역할을 꼭 해주시기 바랍니다.
I could understand what he's saying.
That,
so I could tell you what he's saying.
the only
I could actually understand what he's saying, though.
Divided
but
nation in the world is the Korean Peninsula, and I would like to ask for your role in establishing peace on the Korean Peninsula. So I look forward to your meeting with Chairman Kim Jong-un and construction of a Trump Tower in North Korea and playing golf at that place.
아마 기다리고 있을 것 같습니다. 기다리고 있을 것 같습니다.
So, I believe he will be waiting for you.
그리고 마지막으로 든든한 한미 동맹을 기반으로 대한민국이 성장 발전해 왔고 앞으로도 이 한미 동맹을 군사 분야뿐만이 아니라 경제 분야 또 다른 과학 기술 분야까지 다 확장해서 미래형으로 발전시켰으면 좋겠습니다.
Korea was able to attain economic growth and development through our ironclad alliance. And going forward, I hope to develop our alliance into a future-oriented alliance that encompasses areas not only limited to security, but also the economy and science and technology.
대한민국 국민들은 트럼프 대통령님에 대해서 정말로 큰 기대를 가지고 있다는 말씀을 드리면서 다시 한번 이런 시간 내주셔서 감사드립니다.
The Korean people have great expectations for you, Mr. President. Thank you once again for your time.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you. I will say that Kim Jong-un and I had a very good relationship, as you remember, and still do. And when I came in, I didn't know him. We had 2 summits, but we became very friendly. Respect. It was great respect. And it was not going to be that way had Hillary Clinton won the election. It would have been a disaster. But we think we can do something in that regard with respect to North and South, and I think you are much more prone to doing that than other leaders that I've been working with from South Korea. And we'll work on that. I think it's very good to work on that. If you remember, you were doing the Olympics, and there was a great time of hostility with North Korea, and you weren't selling tickets because nobody wanted to be blown up in the stadium during the opening ceremonies, right? And you were not selling tickets, and I was also in my formative stage with North Korea and Kim Jong-un, and we were a little bit going at it about Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man, everything back and forth, and it was really nasty. And then I got a call one day, and they wanted to get together, they wanted to talk, and we started talking, and then he said really brilliantly, he said, you know, the Olympics is going to be opening very soon, and we'd like to be a part of it. They actually put teams in it. You got along great. And by the way, immediately upon that phone call, you started selling tickets, and it turned out to be a tremendous success. So it went from being empty stadiums because people were afraid to go, because it was a target potentially, to a great success. And I was very proud of that. You had one of the most successful Olympics, and now we have the Olympics coming to the U.S., so we're very happy about that. But that was a great honor to get involved and make the Olympics so successful.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. 다시 한번 모시게 돼서 영광이라고 말씀드리겠습니다. 제가 김정은 위원장과 굉장히 좋은 관계를 가지고 있습니다. 그리고 현재도 매우 좋은 관계가 있습니다. 내가 처음에 취임하고 난 다음에 2번의 정상회담을 김정은 위원장과 함께 했고 상당히 친해졌고 또 더 중요한 것은 둘 다 존경심을 서로에게 가지고 있다는 것입니다. 만일 힐러리 클린턴이 대통령으로 당선했다면 절대 그러한 상황까지 이르지 않았을 것입니다. 제가 보기에는 이재명 대통령께서 한국의 어느 지도자보다도 북한에 좀 더 문제를 해결하고자 하는 의지가 있는 그러한 대통령이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 어쩌면 우리가 함께 노력한다면 어느 정도 진전이 있을 수도 있겠습니다. 사실 그 한국에서 올림픽이 열렸을 때 북한 때문에 많은 사람들이 올림픽 표를 사지 않는 그런 현상이 생겨났었습니다. 그런데 김정은 위원장이 그때 사실은 김정은 위원장과 초기에는 제가 별로 뭐 사이가 좋았던 것은 아닙니다. 서로 락켓맨이라고 부르면서 주고받는 그러한 그 해프닝도 있었습니다. 그런데 어느 날 통화를 시작하게 되었고 통화를 하면서 그가 얘기를 했습니다. 한국에서 올림픽이 곧 열리는데 우리 그 북한도 참가하겠다. 그렇게 얘기를 했습니다. 그리고 그 통화 직후에 올림픽표가 많이 팔리기 시작했습니다. 그리고 한국의 올림픽은 올림픽 역사상 가장 성공적인 올림픽으로 지금 기록되고 있습니다. 또 우리 미국도 곧 올림픽을 주최할 예정입니다. 그래서 우리도 미국에서 성공적인 그런 올림픽을 주최할 계획을 가지고 있습니다.
김정은 위원장 말씀을 하셔서 그런데 사실 대통령님 덕분에 이 북한하고 이 한반도 관계가 매우 안정적이었습니다. 그런데 사실 그 이후 대통령께서 미국 정치에서 잠깐 물러서 있는 그 사이에 사실은 북한의 미사일도 많이 개발됐고 핵폭탄도 많이 늘어났고 진척된 것도 없이 한반도 상황은 정말로 많이 나빠졌죠.
Mr. President, you mentioned about Chairman Kim, and thanks to your efforts when you were in office during your first term, the situation on the Korean Peninsula was stable. But during the hiatus where you were out of office, North Korea developed further its nuclear and missile capabilities, and that led to a deterioration on the situation of the Korean Peninsula.
And they wouldn't have done that. They would not have done that if I were president.
내가 만약에 대통령이 당선되었다면 그런 일이 일어나지 않았을 것입니다.
전적으로 공감합니다.
I completely agree with you.
그래서 지금 얼마 전에 김여정이 미국과 저를 비난하는 발언을 할 때도 대통령과 김정은 위원장의 특별한 관계에 대해서는 의심하지 않는다 이런 표현을 했습니다. 기다리고 있다는 뜻으로 보여졌습니다.
So when Kim Yo-jong, the deputy director of the Workers' Party of Korea, issued a statement denouncing South Korea, she mentioned about the good relation, the not bad relationship between you and Chairman Kim Jong-un, and I believe that this is a sign that North Korea is waiting.
한반도의 평화의 새 길을 꼭 열어주시기 바랍니다.
So I hope that you will usher in a new era of peace on the Korean Peninsula.
I will do that, and we'll have talks. He'd like to meet with me. He didn't want to meet with Biden because he had no respect for Biden, but we look forward to meeting with him, and we'll make relations better. You'll help that. You had a lot of leaders. I've gone through a lot of leaders in South Korea. You know, it's been quick. You'll be there for a long time. But we, in the various leaders that I've dealt with, they were not approaching it properly, in my opinion, having to do with North Korea. But I think your approach is a much better one.
네, 그렇게 하도록 하겠습니다. 김 위원장이 바이든 전 대통령을 만나고 싶죠 하지는 않았지만 나는 만나고 싶어 할 것 같습니다. 그래서 그런 그 시도를 하겠고요. 내가 한국의 지도자들 여러분을 만나봤는데 제 개인적인 생각으로는 대북 정책이 그렇게 적절하지 않지 않았나 하는 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 이 대통령께서 그 적절한 대북 정책을 통해서 좀 더 그 진전이 있었으면 하는 생각입니다.
저의 관여로 남북 관계가 잘 개선되기 쉽지 않은 상태인데 실제로 이 문제를 풀 수 있는 유일한 인물이 트럼프 대통령이십니다.
So resolving this issue through my engagement is not an easy thing. And the only person that can make progress on this issue is you, Mr. President.
대통령께서 피스메이커를 하시면 저는 페이스메이커로 열심히 지원하겠습니다.
So if you become the peacemaker, then I will assist you by being a pacemaker.
That's good. We can do big progress, I think, with North Korea. Absolutely.
북한에 대해서 큰 진전을 함께 이루어 나갈 수 있다고 믿습니다.
Hey guys, did you know some drivers are ditching their car insurance and they're doing this?
Okay, questions, please.
Mr. President, when you met with Russian President Vladimir Putin, how soon did he say that he wanted to sit down with Ukrainian President Zelensky? Russia, as of now, says there's no meeting on the books and no agenda is set.
Well, that's going to be up to them. It takes two to tango. I always say it. And they should meet, I think, before I have a meeting and probably close the deal. But I think it's appropriate they meet. They do not exactly get along well, as you can understand. And I'm sure it's a meeting that perhaps he didn't like. But he wasn't happy about coming to the United States either. That was a big concession, and I appreciate the fact that he did. You know, I've always had a very good relationship, despite a fake Russia haunt that we had. But we've always had a great relationship, very good relationship, strong relationship with Russia. That's a good thing, not a bad thing, by the way. That's a very good thing. And it's good to get along with Kim Jong-un, and it's good to get along with everybody, including President Lee. It's good to get along, and I get along with the foreign leaders. You see that with the biggest group of foreign leaders that we've ever had. Don't forget the European Union was here also representing a large group of countries just recently. So I believe that we're going to get that war straightened out. We're going to get it done. I don't know that they'll meet. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. They'd like me to be at the meeting. I said, you guys ought to work it out. It's between you. It's not us. Now, in the meantime, we're not spending any money on, as you know, on Ukraine. We're selling military equipment to NATO. NATO now is taking in, excuse me, NATO now is taking in a large amount of money from the countries. They're taking in 5% of GDP versus 2%. They're paying the 5%. They never paid the 2%, most of them, or a lot of them. NATO has a lot of money. We are selling military equipment to NATO at full price, and NATO's distributing that equipment to wherever they are. I mean, perhaps to Ukraine. So NATO's working with Ukraine. Biden was giving hundreds of billions of dollars, just willy-nilly, just giving money. He had no idea where it was going. It was terrible what was happening. So we're not involved anymore in terms of the cost. We're in for $350 billion. As you know, I also got the rare earth deal done with Ukraine, which was worth much more than the $350 billion. But I'm not interested in the money so much, even though we've done a great job in that regard. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in stopping a war where last week 7,109 soldiers died, both Russian and Ukraine. It's such a waste of life and humanity. They're not from this country. They're not from any other country other than Ukraine, for the most part, other than Ukraine and Russia. But it's a very important thing to me to stop it. I stopped 7 wars that were raging, one for 31 years, the Congo, and as you know, Rwanda, one for 35 years. I don't have to go into them. You know the list better than I do. But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. So I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex. It's very personal from their standpoint. There's tremendous dislike personally between the two men, and we're going to have to straighten that out. But I would like to see them meet first. They'd like me to be there. I may be there. I may not. I'll see. But I wanted them to work out their differences first, because it is ultimately between them. And when that happens, I think we'll get an end.
Maybe they meet, maybe they don't. How long are you willing to let this play out? And if they don't meet, will there be consequences, and how soon for Russia?
Yeah, there could be very big consequences, but we'll see what happens. There might be very big consequences, because this is something that has to end. This war would have never taken place, and for 4 years it didn't take place. But if I were president, this war would have never taken place. There has not been a war like this since the Second World War. This is the biggest thing that's happened in terms of warfare, wars. It's a whole new form of fighting. It's a drone fighting. It's a drone war. No, a drone war never existed before. And we're actually studying it from the standpoint of Pete Hegseth and everybody. We're studying it and studying it very carefully. This is a whole new form of war, but it's a violent war, and there has been nothing like this since the Second World War.
Baby girl,
So we'll see what
105,
happens
Bears
over the
push
next
it.
week or two, and
MACD
at
coming
that point I'll
QQQ,
step in
time is
very
105.
strongly, and if I have to be there, I'll be there.
Screw this, we going.
And
Screw this, we going.
we'll either
Free
have a
ride
deal or we
105,
won't.
please.
but
Come on, hit it.
a lot of people are
Come
dying, and I want to
on,
get
hit
us
it.
Mr. President, Kim Jong-un wants to meet. When do you want to meet with him?
With who?
You said the North Korean leader wants to meet.
leading
How
into
soon would you?
107
I want to have a meeting. I like to have a meeting. I get along great with him.
Right now.
You know, you were there.
One huge spike.
We
I'm
even
out.
had a press conference. He had his first press conference. Kim Jong-un had a press conference. This was a little different press conference. I said, have you done a press conference before? No. And you know what? He did great. It was a great press conference, actually. It was historic. I doubt he's done one since. But I said, would you like to meet the fake news? Because whatever you want to do, and they came in, and they came in.
Fucking go!
You've never seen anything.
Oh!
And then he said,
$1,670. What? Sorry, 1,600.
It ended very rapidly, but I think he had a good time. I look forward to meeting with Kim Jong-un in the
I have my
appropriate
spy
future.
puts still.
Would you reduce the number of forces in South Korea so that the United States could have more
I
flexibility?
have my
in the
dog shit
region?
spy puts still. I'm hoping to God
Would you
this shit comes
consider
back.
reducing the number of
Hit
U.S.
me wet,
forces
flip
in
that
South
shit, we
Korea
going
so
south,
that the
please.
United States can have more
Bounce that
I would
shit
say
somewhere
that
down
now
south.
because
Come on.
We've been friends and we're friends. And look, we have a lot of
Please,
people
105,
over there. We have
I held
over
that shit all the way
40,000
fucking-
troops.
all
in
the way
South Korea,
through!
as you know.
All the way through, and I market sold that
agreed to
bitch.
pay for that during
I
my
market
last
sold that
term, and
bitch.
then when Biden came in, they
It did
complained
not
to
feel like
Biden
the
that
true
I wasn't
bottom,
a
but I
nice
did it
person.
anyway in 5
And
seconds.
he
I did
agreed
it.
not to pay.
Let's
He
go.
gave up billions of dollars. We were getting paid billions
My
of dollars.
lord.
But then Biden
Come on,
ended
flip
that
it.
for whatever reason. It's unbelievable
Come
that
on,
he did.
flip it.
But we have a very good relationship militarily. They would say, but we gave you land. I said, no, you didn't. You lease us land. There's a big
Now we're
difference
playing with
between
everybody.
giving and leasing. And maybe one of the things I'd like to do is ask them to give us ownership of the land where we have the big fort. You know, we spent a lot of money building a fort. And there was a contribution made by South Korea, but I would like to see if we could get rid of the lease and get ownership of the land where we have a massive military base.
Would you go?
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you
I mean,
planning
if I
to
leave
make?
my
I
spy
also want to
puts
ask
right
this
now,
question
I'll
to
be
Mr.
basically down like
President.
$800.
I'm
That's
Song Min-jin.
nothing.
I am from South Korea's Arirang TV. Thank you so much. So, as mentioned earlier, United States is South Korea's most important and closest ally. So, in this point of view, I would like to ask
Just flip that
you
shit.
and also President Yi, what do you think are the key
105,
ways to
106.
make the South Korea-U.S. alliance greater?
Well, I think it's great now. I feel very warmly toward South Korea. I will tell you that I have a lot of people in business that I deal with that are from South Korea. They love Trump because they feel I've saved. I think he would have had a nuclear war if I weren't. I think you would have had a nuclear war, North Korea and South Korea. I think it would have been a disaster. You're only 60 miles away from Seoul. They don't even need nuclear. They have their cannons, you know, howitzers, and they have them buried in the mountain. You know what I'm talking about. And I think you would have had, if I didn't win that election, if Hillary Clinton, crooked Hillary, won that election, I think you would have had a nuclear war. It would have taken place, and it would have been horrendous for everybody, including them. It would have been very bad for them because we would have had to enter the picture, and we are the most powerful nuclear country in the world by far. Russia's second, China's third. China's going to catch eventually, 5 or 6 years. They're working to catch. One of the things we're trying to do with Russia and with China is denuclearization. And it's very important. One of the things I discussed with President Putin the other day, it wasn't just that, it was also other things. And I think the denuclearization is it's a big aim, but Russia's willing to do it, and I think China's going to be willing to do it.
Look at the 5-minute max.
We can't let
Super Bears now.
nuclear weapons proliferate. We have to stop nuclear weapons. The power is too great. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask you further question about South Korea and U.S. alliance. I'm Anna from the Korea Times, and I'd like to ask you about the trade deal that's on the table. You mentioned about the shipbuilding industry, and President Lee mentioned about the manufacturing industry. And what other areas or sectors that you intend to focus on this trade deal? Because Korea is bringing in many investments and create jobs as well. So I'd like to know the opinions of both, how to get a beneficial outcomes for both countries through this deal?
We get along great because we really sort of need each other. We love what they do. We love their product. We love their ships. We love a lot of the things that they make, and they love what we have. We're dealing with them on Alaska, having to do with the oil. You need oil, and we have it. So we have a big advantage in that way. We have more oil and gas and coal and energy than any other country in the world by far. No, for whatever reason, God was very good to us. He gave us the greatest. We didn't use it. We started to use wind. Wind doesn't work. They started to use solar panels that took over the land all over the Midwest, where the farmers said, what happened to my land? They'd have a 10-mile by 10-mile solar field that they couldn't farm. The most valuable farming land in the world, probably the most vibrant in the world. And they put solar plants all over the place. It's ridiculous. Big, massive black fields of solar that all comes out of China, or plastic, all comes out of China. But we have the greatest amount of energy in the world, and we're dealing with South Korea, as you know, in Alaska, and we're going to be making a deal, a joint venture with South Korea. Japan is involved also, very strongly involved. So we have Japan and South Korea, and we're actually the closest. It seems like quite far away, Alaska, but actually it's right up the little ocean, right up the little Pacific Ocean. It's actually pretty close, relatively speaking. But we have more oil and gas and coal than any other nation in the world by far, and we're going to use it. And that's the thing that South Korea, I think, most wants from us, I would think.
Ranked down like $150 or $170 in literally 5 minutes.
Would you go back to the DMZ to meet with the North Korean leader?
I loved it. Remember when I walked across the line and everyone went crazy? Especially Secret Service, I would say they were going crazy. And I looked into those windows, the windows, the glass, that you could only see if you looked direct, because there was all sorts of stuff. But I looked in and I saw more rifles pointing at me than you could. There were a lot of rifles in that building. The Secret Service was not happy. You know the buildings I'm talking about? The two blue buildings on each side. And I walked up the middle and I looked in the window and I saw more guns in that room than I've ever seen in my life. I looked at the other side and it was the same thing. And yet I felt safe. I felt safe because I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. I hope it stays that way. I think it will. I have a very good relationship. I understand him. I spent a lot of free time with him, talking about things that we probably aren't supposed to talk about. And, I get along with him really well. I think he has a country of great potential, tremendous potential.
Is it possible you meet him this year or maybe next year?
Well, I'm meeting a lot of people. I mean, it's hard to say that, but I'd like to meet him this year. President Xi would like me to come to China. It's a very important relationship. As you know, we're taking a lot of money in from China because of the tariffs and the different things, and it's a very important relationship. We're going to get along good with China. I hear so many stories about we're not going to allow their students, or we're going to allow their students to come in. We're going to allow, it's very important, 600,000 students. It's very important. But we're going to get along with China. But it's a different relationship that we have now with China. It's a much better relationship economically than it was before. With Biden, boy, what he allowed that, I mean, they just took him to the cleaners. You know the expression? They took him to the cleaners. I'm sure they have an equal expression in South Korea, but they took that guy out for a ride like nobody's ever been ridden before. Terrible. But we have a very strong relationship, Howard, I would say, economically with China now, getting much better. They have to give us magnets. If they don't give us magnets, then we have to charge them 200% tariff or something, But we're not going to have a problem, I don't think, with that. I think that's perhaps behind us. China intelligently went and they sort of took a monopoly of the world's magnets. And nobody needed magnets until they convinced everybody 20 years ago, let's all do magnets. There were many other ways that the world could have gone. But so it'll take us probably a year to have them. We're heavy into the world of magnets now, only from a national security standpoint. But we have a powerful thing. It's airplane parts. They have many Boeing jets. They had 200 jets that didn't fly. And I've sent them all, based on his word, I sent them all of the
I really
parts
thought we were gonna flip
so
VWAP
their
on that,
planes
bro.
can
Like
fly.
what?
I could have held them back. I didn't do that because of the relationship I have.
So many bulls with
And
them.
their planes are now flying. You know, we had 200 of their planes were unable to fly because we were not giving them Boeing parts purposely because they weren't giving us magnets. Therefore, we weren't giving them. But we have a much more powerful thing that's tariffs. If we wanted to put 100%, 200% tariffs on, we wouldn't do any business with China. And, you know, it would be okay, too, if we had to. But the magnet situation, we have tremendous power over them, and they have some power over us with magnets. We're going to have a lot of magnets in a pretty short period of time. In fact, we'll have so many we won't know what to do with them. But you know the story. It's a very interesting history with magnets. And it really is because presidents, not being business people, they allowed that to happen. And they shouldn't have. But we have much more. I mean, look, in terms of playing the cards, we have much bigger and better cards than they do. But with that being said, I think we have a great relationship. I spoke to President Xi fairly recently, and at some point, probably during this year or shortly thereafter, we'll go to China. And I think we're going to see a magnificent sight. It's a great country.
Mr. President, on the national you and President Lee actually are planning to go to China. You mentioned either this year or next year. Could you please share more details about your plans going to China and also President Lee? I think
Well, maybe we'll go together. Do you want to go together? We can share a plane. We'll save energy. We'll save a little, you know, the ozone layer. Remember President Obama used to talk about the ozone layer, and then he'd fly to Hawaii to play around the Gulf in a 747.
Mr. President, accept the invitation, Mr.
중국에서 만약
Well, it was sort of meant jokingly, but if you want, you can.
대통령하고 같이 가면 좋겠습니다. I would like to go together with President.
Do I accept? If you want to go, I'm going to get special permission. I'm sure you can go. But we're going to have a great relationship with China. I mean, it's happening. You see it. It's happening. They have some cards. We have incredible cards, but I don't want to play those cards. If I played those cards, that would destroy China. I'm not going to play those cards.
Mr. President, on the National Guard, you've talked a lot about Democratic-run cities and states. Would you also consider sending the National Guard into red states and red cities that are also seeing high crime?
Sure, but there aren't that many of them. If you look at the top 25 cities that for crime, just about every one of those cities is run by Democrats. And you know, one of the bad things they did, cashless bail, if you look back on time, when they allowed a murderer out that afternoon, you know, he'd kill somebody and then a couple of hours later he's walking the streets again, oftentimes killing again rapidly. Cashless bail is a disaster. You saw we had a news conference today on that. We're wiping it out in D.C., immediately wiping it out. It started in New York, I must tell you, and it's been a horrible thing for crime, especially violent crime. So we're going to end cashless bail, yes. Thank you.
When will you deploy to Chicago, and how long are you keeping troops here in Washington,
A little
D.C.?
discussion. I really want to be appreciated. You know, when we go into a city and wipe out the crime, so D.C., it sounds so horrible. I'm embarrassed to say it in front of you because they don't have anything like this. Washington, D.C., sir, has not had a murder in 11 days. Now, he's saying that's a horrible thing to hear because they don't have murders for ever. But Washington, D.C., if you go back and check, it's been many years since we went a week without having a murder. Now we haven't had, and I would say that Washington, D.C. right now is much safer than Seoul. You know why? Because we have a friendly neighbor. We have more friendly neighbors. You have a different kind of problem. We all have different problems. But Washington, D.C. is a very safe city right now. People are going out to dinner. Restaurants are opening. Restaurants that were going to close are now going to stay open. Friends of mine are going out to dinner all the time. They didn't go out to dinner for 4 years. It went rampant during the Biden years. Just rampant. That's why Susie is very close to the mayor and has a lot of respect for her, but I view it maybe a little differently because the mayor would say that it's gotten better. For 30 years it's gotten better. No, it's gotten worse. And the worst day of all was when we just got to office for the second time. and it's in very bad shape. So the mayor shouldn't be saying that violent crime has been getting better. It's been getting much worse. And the day I took office, it was the worst. And we did some minor things, made it a little bit better, but then we said, look, we got to stop it because too many people are getting killed. And we have not had a murder in 11 days. It sounds crazy. I hate to say this in front of this gentleman who I respect, because they don't have murders for years. But we have not had a murder in 11 days. And that's going to go on for a long time. And there will be, I guess, it'll happen a little bit. But we have a very safe city. This is one of the safer cities right now in the country. And in a short period of time, it'll be like the border. Nobody came in through our border. For the last 90 days, 3 months, we had 0 illegal aliens from the Congo, from South America, from all over the world, from prisons coming in, pouring into our country. Nobody, not one person, and this is done by a liberal group, a liberal think tank. They do the work. Not one person has come into our country. Think of that. It's been amazing. And I didn't have to go back to Congress and ask. Biden could have done this by himself. I did. I said, close the borders. We had the great Tom Homan. We had Christie, as you know, Christie Noem, who did a fantastic job. She's doing a fantastic job. Pete Hegseth has been incredible with the, as I call it, the Department of War. You know, we call it the Department of Defense, but between us, I think we're going to change the name. You want to know the truth? I think we're going to have some information on that maybe soon. But I think because, you know, Department of Defense, we won the World War I, World War II. It was called the Department of War. And to me, that's really what it is. Its defense is a part of that. But I have a feeling we're going to be changing. I'm talking to the people. Everybody likes that. We had an unbelievable history of victory when it was Department of War. Then we changed it to Department of Defense. So that's a little thing, has nothing to do with your country, but it's something that I think you're going to be hearing about or seeing about over the next couple of weeks. Probably that change is going to be made over the next week or so.
Are there 2 Koreas, North and South, or is there one Korea waiting to be unified?
Well, I know it is 2 Koreas. I mean, you know, there was one Korea. It was a very large country and a very powerful country. And it was a country that went to war with China. President Xi explained it. Went to war with China many times over the last 2,000 years. You had many, I think he told me 51 times. So I remember I went to President Xi. I said, you know, we're having a problem with North Korea. Straighten it out, would you please? He said, well, we have been to war with them. And I think he said 51 times. But at that time, it was the whole of Korea. It wasn't, you know, North and South. And after he explained it, I said, all right, not going to be that easy. I guess you're right. But, you know, you had one Korea. It was a very big, powerful nation. Now you have 2 big, powerful nations, but you have essentially a wall in between.
Can you elaborate comments, the post and comments you made on South Korea early this morning, like raids on churches, going into U.S. military base, purge, revolution. How do you think about it? 이재명 대통령께도 질문드리겠는데요. 저희가 이제 빛의 혁명이나 내란 사태 극복하는 과정에서 이런 일들이 좀 벌어졌다고 말씀하셨는데
I heard from Intel that there was a raid on churches. We're going to talk about that later. I haven't spoken about it yet, but when we meet, and you know that would be too bad if that's the case. But I did hear that from Intel, that there was a raid on churches, closing some churches. So we'll talk about that later. I could ask you now if you want.
Mr. President, what conversation?
Wait a minute, if you'd like, because it didn't sound to me like South Korea.
아주 간단하게 말씀을 드리면 지금 대한민국은 아시는 것처럼 친위 쿠데타로 인한 혼란이 이제 극복된 지 얼마 안 된 상태고 그 내란 상황에 대한 국회가 임명하는 국회가 주도하는 특검에 의해서 사실 조사가 진행 중입니다. 물론 저의 통제하에 있지는 않지만 하여튼 대한민국 검찰이 하는 일은 검사가 하는 일은 팩트 확인, 팩트 체크인데.
As a professional mechanic, your tools are essential for your living. Icon tools complete every repair.
한 것 같습니다. 나중에 좀 더 자세히 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
So it hasn't been long since Korea has overcame the political turmoil following the self coup by the former president. Currently, there is a fact-finding investigation by a special prosecutor that was appointed by the National Assembly. And this special prosecutor...
Is his name Deranged Jack Smith, by any chance? they took him from our country. They put Deranged Jack. He's a deranged, sick individual. But, go ahead.
Liquidity.
Go ahead.
Grabbing
I'm only
liquidity
kidding.
to go lower.
Maybe I'm not.
And that special prosecutor is not under my control. And so the special prosecutor is conducting a fact-finding investigation. And I would like to explain about what you said about U.S. bases. They did not conduct a search and seizure of American bases, but they looked into the chain of command and the control system of the Korean military.
Right.
And I would be happy to
That's okay.
explain about this more in detail
I'm sure it's,
during our lunch meeting.
I am sure it's a misunderstanding, but you know, there is a rumor going around about churches, raiding churches, so we'll talk. I'm sure that's going to be worked out fine. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, what conversations have you had with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about what is going on in Gaza? There was a UN-backed report that said there was a famine in Gaza. Based on what you know and what you've been briefed on, do you agree with that?
So I mean, I deal with Bibi Netanyahu quite a bit, and we had great success, obviously, in Iran. We knocked out their nuclear threat. That would have been a horror show having them have a nuclear weapon. They would have used it too. We did very well there. Right now, they're talking about Gaza City. There's always talking about something. At some point, it's going to get settled. And I'm saying you better get it settled soon. You have to get it settled soon. And that means, you know, nobody can forget October 7th. People forget October 7th. That was one of the most brutal. I've seen some terrible things, some brutal things. That was about as bad as it gets. And nobody can forget that. With that being said, it's got to get over with. It's got to get over with because between the hunger and all of the other problems, worse than hunger, death, pure death, people being killed. And, you know, I'm the one that brought back the hostages, and I did it with that gentleman right there, Steve Witkoff, and with Marco. All of us, the whole team, we worked together. Even the trade people worked on it with us. And we brought back a lot of the hostages. Now we're left with, would you say 20, Steve, or would you say it's less than 20?
A lot of things.
I hope it's 20. He hopes it's 20 because some could be dead. That's what he means, I assume. So we have 20, but there's rumors that some could be dead. It's a terrible situation over there. Terrible, terrible situation. But it's coming to a head. It's coming to an end. We are sending, you know, we sent $60 million of food over there just recently. And I don't even know if people know it. We distributed ourselves. We're giving a lot of food, spending a lot of money on food, getting it over there. We have a lot of food. We have a lot of oil, and we have the greatest farmers in the world. So we have a lot of food, but we're sending a lot of it over to Gaza, and we're feeding a lot of people. But with all of that being said, it's a lot of people to feed. And I think that we will have, I think within the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to have pretty good conclusive a conclusive ending. It's a hard thing to say because they've been fighting for thousands of years. If you want to know, that's been a hotbed forever. But I think we're doing a very good job. But it does have to end. But people can't forget October 7th either.
Here we go.
Do you plan to attend APEC summit to be held in Korea?
In South Korea? Yeah, I'd love to. Last time I spoke in front of your parliament, and I love doing that. Beautiful respect they had for our country, and a beautiful room. I remember how beautiful it was, and I enjoyed doing it. No, I could see going. I think I'm going for a trade meeting to South Korea pretty soon. You're hosting a trade meeting, so I can sneak away from that trade meeting, and we'll go and do something for the president if he'd like me to do that. Okay? But so we'll be going there fairly soon. You know about this?
If you attend, then it's a good chance to meet up Kim Jong-un again, or maybe Xi Jinping. Then how do you think of it?
You mean set them up together?
Yes.
That'd be interesting. We'll arrange a meeting between you and Kim Jong-un. Would you like that? That's a very tough question right there. I don't know where that question is leading. Anyway, look, I get along great with Kim Jong-un, and if whatever I can do having to do with South Korea and getting people together, you should get together, right? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah, I want to ask.
was a lower Trump voice. I got you, brother.
I will ask about Masca project.
Is that okay, Anthony? Is that okay? Ferranti? Anthony Ferranti, baby girl. Everything is primed for a dump, real quick, guys. Everything is fucking primed for a dump. I called that out the moment it was about to happen.
Some
Okay,
companies you can start easily. Shipbuilding's a tough one to
130.
start, but
Come on, I really need this.
Now, with
I'm
that being
at
said,
almost 900.
we make
I
the best
really need
submarines
this. I'm not
anywhere in
gonna
the
lie.
world. We make submarines
I
with
need this
25
somewhere down
years
here.
ahead of
That's
anybody
fucking
else
crazy
in
work.
submarines. So we do that, we do that. But we really gave up the shipbuilding industry foolishly.
Minus 130,
Many years
130,
ago.
129.
We're gonna
129
start it
could
up
be
again.
best safe
We're gonna be
exit, and this
making
shit
our own
could
ships
boom up
again
at 130,
soon.
just like it happened Friday.
Okay, how about
10
one or
a.m.
two more?
Right?
Briefed on the search
So
of John
it
Bolton's
could be
home and office from Friday.
129, 127 standing as best safe exit for SPY, 129 standing for
I was never a
QQQ,
fan
bear
of his.
trap
I thought
coming.
he was stupid. I thought he was, a guy that only wanted to go into war. He liked killing people.
Bear trap coming off of
I thought he was
129.
essentially a bad guy, but
Trying.
I'm not involved in that. No, you'd have to ask Pam Bondi about that.
Are more rates coming, sir?
There's a bear trap trying off of 129, trying at 130. 130 is bouncing big time, trying.
More raids? I don't know. You'd have to ask the Department of Justice. They raided my house, I can tell you that. They did a big raid on my house. They took away everything that wasn't pinned down, and they took away some of that
You guys
too.
still can't hear me?
No, they raided Mar-a-Lago. They started that. These were bad
Trump
people that we
stream
had
is
in our government
loud.
before.
I
They
didn't know you
raided
was that loud.
Mar-a-Lago.
I turned them
They
down.
went into my wife's
A lot.
area. They went into my son's area.
Hello,
my
hello,
young
hello.
son.
Can you guys hear me? Hear me?
What
Hear
they
me?
did was a disgrace.
Time is 130, 129, 127 standing as best safe exit for now, 130 bouncing.
I guess it didn't work out too well for them, did it?
Vertical bounce.
They are bad people. They're sick.
What is that
They're
about?
sick people. And they came in with their guns into Mar-a-Lago, and like 98 people. I wasn't there. Fortunately, I wasn't there. But they are very evil, very sick people, that group. And if they would have won the election, this country wouldn't exist as we know it.
I don't know
This
how
country
loud
would
he
have
was
failed.
on my headset as well.
And now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. We are the hottest country in the world by far.
Okay, 130 bounced at 127, 130 bounced at 129, signifying a best safe exit for puts. Let's see if this 130 bounce is real or not. Okay, time is still 130. 130 is bouncing, 130 is rejecting at 131. Please tell me if my mic volume is a lot better or not, because I had no idea his stream was that loud. I'm trying to turn it down as much as I can. Hear you well, thank you. Okay. Big red candle coming now. We are at the bottom range of the algo range, signifying that anything below was dangerous, anything above is dangerous. If someone can play a cycle or two, right, with deductions, it's great. It's just the setup is literally, right, 129 best safe exit call, and then you leave in a minute, which is crazy work, but they're getting it done. Time is 1:30. 1:35 and 50 seconds. 1:35 and 50 seconds.
It was hard getting Japan and Korea together because of what took place a long time ago. But Japan wants to do it, I can say. Korea is a little bit more tenuous, please.
That is crazy chopping now. The only reason why theta is hitting hard right now is because the market literally bounced at 130, right? People were thinking bullish and they pulled back to the bottom range of the algo, making everyone think we're going to stay here. So everyone's leaving calls, everyone's leaving puts, if that makes sense. Right? If we go a little bit below this, everyone will go in puts, and then if we don't bounce that, if we don't break that, everyone will go in calls, blah 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 blah, or everyone will leave puts, blah blah blah.
Because I know that President Trump, that you put emphasis on trilateral cooperation.
Right.
I made a visit to Japan before coming to the U.S. to settle the difficult issues that we have.
Well, Japan wants to
QQQ. MACD has been bearish, but now it is no longer bearish. Okay, the bearish MACD is pulling back.
And you have something in common, wants to get along with you, and I'm sure they will. I find the people that I deal with to be wonderful people.
We're chopping at the 1140 algo range big time.
일본에 가서 이시바 총리를 만났을 때 그 전에 우리가 가지고 있던 여러 장애 요소들이 많이 제거됐다는 생각이 듭니다.
So when I visited Japan and met with Prime Minister Ishiba, I realized that many of the obstacles that existed between
I can kind of barely hear it now.
have now been removed.
True. During my term, we removed them during my term. There was an overlay a little bit, but we removed many of those obstacles during my term.
The bulls and bears are both
If you look at Prime Minister
fighting.
Abe, who was a great man, he was a
The
great
bulls and
friend of
bears are
mine,
both
he was
at risk
assassinated.
because of
He
time.
felt very warmly toward your country, I can tell you that. And the
Time is 1:30. There's 2:30, 3:30. Robin at option closes, and then there's 4. So 2.5 minutes, 2.5 hours. I mean, 5 minute may still be coming in bearish. Let's watch the 5 minute MACD.
Yeah, sure. Right now, Steve, I would say very serious diplomatic push. Marco or Steve, Marco, do you want to answer that first?
Yeah, it's never stopped. We've always looked to find a solution there. Ultimately, as the president said, we want it to end. It has to end with no Hamas.
Steve, where are we?
I would say that we wouldn't be anywhere but for the president's truth last week, which was a statement to Hamas that they better get their act together. And
Bears are still there. If this low breaks, if all these lows break, the bears are going to come to VWAP. We're going to flip that shit. We're going south to 644s.
Thank you very much, everybody.
That's it. That is it, folks, for the presidential live stream. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Okay, time is 1:36, signifying 1:35. The lows of the 130, lows of the 105 is not breaking. We are just testing the bottom range of the algo range, but the possibility is there, or it is a bear trapping everybody at the floor of the small algo range, and it will kill everyone. The MACD turns and changes instantly, so you gotta watch out here. The 5 minute candle will dictate what to do when it closes. The 1 minute candle is deciding what to do. Time is 1:35. $140 is here in 8 seconds. 140 is here in 8 seconds. Time is 140. Time is 140, and they're pushing lower. 140 is bearish. They're going south. Okay, the bears are in control, guys. The bears are in control. They're going southward. Okay, this is bearish. But careful. I don't know about no with 0 DTEs, man. Crazy work. Crazy work. I don't know. I don't know about it. I'm fucking hoping to, I'm hoping to everything. I'm hoping right now that it flips VWAP, it goes to 643.92, and I leave everything. But like, you know what I mean? The chances are these people are faking. I'm pretty sure they're about to do it. We'll see. Time is 1:40, so 1:35, 1:30, 1:40. 1:30 bounce, fake, 1:35, 1:40. Let's see. Okay, let's see. They broke it by 2 cents. They broke it by 2 cents, and they're hovering at the floor. Let's see if it is true or not. Flipping the VWAP trine. MACD is barely there, but the 5-minute MACD is super bearish. Okay, the bears are in control here, not the bulls. The bears are in control. Going to VWAP. VWAP about to touch. VWAP about to kiss. It's about to be beautiful. The market is. $644.36. Kiss the VWAP. Kiss the VWAP. Flip the VWAP. Time is 1:40. Okay, VWAP coming. VWAP, and somewhere here is the midpoint. Okay, 644.27. Somewhere here is the midpoint. Okay, here we go. VWAP flipping. Here we go, guys. Bears are in full control. Time is 1:40. I'm gonna leave in a candle or two. I'm at 1.2k now, almost. Fuck, come on. Please go. Please go. VWAP flipped. Time is 1:40. 1:43. 1:41. Most likely best safe exit coming in a minute or two. Okay, everything is fucking bearish. Everything in its full dump mode. QQQ, SPY, everything gone. 5-minute bearish. Please. One candle. That is one fucking candle right there. Big ass print for 0 DTs, but I'm pretty sure this shit's about to stack. Big. Come on. We're about to hit the top range of the algo candle. This is best safe exit coming. I'm leaving fucking now! Come on! Come on! I'm out 50%. Okay, I'm leaving everything. I'm out. I'm fucking leaving. 1.25k out. Everything. All my dog shit puts, I'm out. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Time is 1:40. Jesus Christ. That was crazy. Top of the algo range hit. This has to be something. This has to be a setup for the day. 644.12. 644.12. Unbelievable. I don't know if they're gonna truly dump off this shit now, but they kinda actually dumped big time. They went below VWAP. They flipped everything in 1 minute. At 140 itself, right into 140, 135, 130, 135, 140. I was calling that shit out the entire time, and then now we are hitting the top range of the algo. Could bounce. Why? There's an astronomical amount of bears stuck down there. There's an astronomical amount of bears stuck down there from morning. Time is 1:42. 1:42. Man, that was crazy. I was calling out since like 12:50 or some shit, like 1:20 or something. That all this shit is bearish. That's crazy. I think after this point, right, somewhere here, I was like, these people left. Like there were so many amount of calls, right? I was calling out, right? I think these people, like the smart people, left, and they let the retailers come in, and they let it come in even more. They let them come in even more, and then they do it, which is completely rude. You know what I mean? For somebody that's already in. But like, if you think about it, if you think about why there were an astronomical amount of calls as we're going up, up, up. It's because at some point they want to do the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. They want to let everyone else get in, and then they do it. And then now it's 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, playing out bears as well, real quick. We hit the top range of the algo, and we're bouncing at 140 into 145. 145. Time is 1. 145. We weren't playing with a lot today either. We were literally playing with 645, 644 all day long. Artificially blew up. We are at VWAP 145. This is such a crazy whatever, like I can't even explain this. This is really just, they were pushing everything to the max. At VWAP. Candles are coming in weird. Candles came in weird. Candles come in weird, but it is bouncing. MACD is dying. Big doji candle or communist candle coming in. Hammer candle coming in. Still a red candle on spot. The MACD volume is still there, bearish. We could go to POC, which is not good. Just be careful. Short as well, but long. This bounce trying, so we'll see. I don't know. I mean, how could I know? You know what I mean? How could I literally know? They could have revisited for literally a minute, and then they could have bounced it, and I don't know. So that's what they're doing for now. How do I literally know? All we can know is right time, cycle confirmation, and we deduct through it. So time is 145. We dip below from 140, 130, 135, 140, and 140 bounce into 145 big time. Top bottom of the top algo range being hit. So yeah, they dipped down for literally a minute or two, and then they brought it back up to exactly where we were. Crazy work. That is absolutely. This just proves though that they're doing everything to the max. Then brought it up to the max, hit gap fill perfectly, and then brought it down below VWAP to the max. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Late puts maybe getting churned into this in 5 minutes or less. But they were doing that going south already. That's wild. It's a humongous candle. Somebody did new money short on that, literally, and left into that one massive candle. Bro, you would have been done for the day, basically. But I was in my poo-poo ass contracts, and I was trying to leave, and I don't want to, you know, I can't add, you know, that's literally against fundamentals to add to a losing trade, right? So all you could do is at that point let the market do its thing and deduct and literally leave at the best exit you can possibly get it at, humanly possible. So take into consideration of the fact that it's 1:45, 2:30 coming, 3:30 coming, and then it's 4 p.m. Market's only open for 6.5 hours. So they're burning the overall day puts from earlier. They're burning the overall calls from midday. And now they're burning the late cycle puts from this, which is absolutely fair and logical for now. So all we could possibly do is see what happens. Right? QQQ is so bullish compared to SPY. Right? SPY pulled back so crazy at 140. QQQ did not even do anything. That's weird. Previous day 4 p.m. close did not come. So the overall day today is I can't even say still bullish, right? But like I can't say, you know. That is a crazy 5-minute candle trying. Closing in 1 minute. It's a counter cycle rally, buyback, whatever this is. Time is 1:50. Time is 1:50. $150 deciding what to do from the 140 bounce. We are testing the bottom of the 1140 algo range, maybe on QQQ, or we have not yet. And we are on SPY. This is what big money institutions are doing. This is what big money institutions are playing on, right? And they're just using us for cannon fodder, basically. Volatility, liquidity. MACD is coming bullish. QQQ above the previous algo range, 1140. So all these bears are getting hurt big time too in literally 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes. Because that is LOD hoping almost, and that is previous day 4 p.m. close hoping almost until they do it. But I mean, I'm not saying that's gonna run, you know, but I'm just saying, like, since 140 into 150, so who knows? 150. It's in the middle of literally a lot. Okay. I had to leave into this though because of the time, right? Because of literally the time. Is 140 is 2 hours left until 3:30. So all SPYs are actually completely toast. SPX, I don't know, but MACD coming in super bullish since 140. So now killing puts trying, but I mean if people got puts at the true top, then they're not dying. Cause yeah, they just went from 1K to basically 2K. At the true top, at 12:45 somewhere here, it was 1K, and then it went to 2K here. So it was 100%, but it was literally 1 hour, 1 full hour. And I left my SPX put at 105, and I let all my SPY puts at 140 because of the setup and the setting and everything. Time is 140. MACD coming in super bullish now. Right, we're bouncing above this QQQ bottom algo range. Time is 1:55. SPY is different cycle happening. 150 rejecting. Bottom of the algo range touching. 150 rejection also happening into 155. MACD was super bullish into 152, and then it pulled back right at 152 into 153, signifying 155. It's just deciding to do nothing after it did a lot. Some big play happening, right? But like everyone's getting chopped up, everyone's getting confused up, and then they're gonna literally just use these levels to go up, down, or down, up, or whatever, constituting a sideways environment. $155. Now puts are getting killed from down here. It's about down 50%, right? Calls are trying to print off a 140. Or maybe it already did print off 140 because it went back up 50%, so that's at least a 50% maybe, or a 30 something percent run real quick. They're showing bearish, but I don't know. Is that a missed opportunity? Like, I cannot tell you. Gotta let the market cycle and bounce, and we will know. I'm so glad my put kinda got relieved though, dude. It literally went at the bottom 38 cents to at 150, $1.12. Like, thank God. Thank fucking God. Crazy. SPX is still showing a red day. QQQ above the 1140 range. Bottom. Time is already 2. Time is already 2. So 150 rejected into 155. 155 bounced into 2, looks like. Small cycles happening for now. We are at the middle of the drop. We are at the middle of the drop, meaning the bulls could come in, take full control. The bears could come in, take a little bit control, go down here or whatever. But we are basically 644.61. Looks like chopping up and down, so they don't pay out bulls or bears from somewhere here, right? But the MACD dying. Let's send it the put to call ratio again. SPX put to call ratio. There's still a lot of calls for some reason. There is a lot of puts below 6455. We are at 52 likes. Let's get the like buttons up. They are pushing southward. Time is 1:55 here, 2 p.m. here. PM rejection, short missed. Easy scalp, but I don't know how much lower. Time is 2. Time is 2. We are below the 1140 algo range. We are below the 1140 SPY algo range. We're still on it. We are still on it. QQQ. Wow, I'm doing an SPX put right now. Okay, 2 SPX puts, 1K. I'm gonna try to leave in 1 minute. I'm up $20. Fuck. No, come on. Time is 2. It's chopping me like crazy now. Come on. Time is 2. Oh my lord. QQQ back to the top range of the bottom range of the algo range. Trying. SPY at VWAP. Come on, don't do me dirty. Oh my god. I low-key FOMO entered. I I was thinking about going earlier, but like yeah, low-key FOMO entry. Come on. This has to be a couple of minute, 1 minute or 2 minute exit. Time is still 2. Time is 2. Time is 2:05. Time is 2:05. QQQ wants to go lower. SPY, faking. Or QQQ faking. The 5-minute MACD is still bearish. Slight. Candles are jumping. Bears are pushing. Candles are frozen on QQQ. It cannot break the low of the 2 p.m. candle. What a weird ass cycle. What a weird cycle. I mean, 6,460s is not paying out. Cole's coming back alive, or is this fake, or what? 205 is bouncing. Time is 205. This time is 205. QQQ trying to break 2. If we break this, then we go here. Somewhere here, we best safe exit. Time is 210. Time is 210 and 14 seconds. I'm pretty sure we're getting a spike down right now. Best safe exit coming right now. Time is 210. Here we go. Come on. I'm at 1.2K. Come on. I'm at 1.1K, not 1.2K. I have a limit order sell for $6, so 1.2K. It's probably going to spike down way more, but I don't care. Time is 207, 210. Time is 207. 206 bounce trying. Time is 210 now. We're getting something like this. Bear trap trying now. This is whack. Whack. Now bulls are stepping up now, showing. I'm getting chase cycled now, man. This is fucking screwed. $2.10. $2.10. The 1 minute MACD is not bearish, not bullish. What a weird day. What a weird day. We gap filled and then pulled back like crazy. Let's do a poll, okay? Who thinks this is going higher? Who thinks this is going lower? Let's get the like button up, guys. I know I've asked you guys so many times, but please help me out. Get the like button up. If you are still here watching, thank you, please. Thank you very much for still. Gapping up crazy now, QQQ. Time is 2:10. Weird game going on. Gapped up now. 572.37. Now trying to burn all the late cycle bear chasers showing. Time is 2:10. Chris said bullish divergence forming. G-Man says looks like a little push higher. Chris says higher, just taking forever. Tanya says, yeah, whoa, there she. I'm not gonna say that. 2 people voted higher, and 1 person voted lower in the WhatsApp group. Time is 2:15. Time is 2:15. There is a 1 minute gap below at 572.30. 7. Okay, 3 people voted higher, 2 people voted lower. Let's see. Adam says new LOD coming. Really? We're so high up. Are you sure about that? I don't know. SPY or QQQ? Maybe you want to be clear on that. SPY? Possible. SPY is only $1, right? QQQ is like $4 up right now. $3.50. That's really high up. It is really high up. So maybe SPY, QQQ, I don't know. But QQQ is green today, so SPY won't be so red today maybe as well, I'm thinking. Sorry about that. SPY did not go to the bottom range of the algo. It actually went to the bottom of the top range. So bear trapping these people, and along with me, into time is 2:15 with the gap. Gap filled possibly is coming now. Gap is filled. The bears are coming full force. Okay, weird candles coming. Bears are coming full force. That is so weird. Right, we could go here now. That is so weird. Unless that was fake itself, but like what was that, right? I don't know. I'm gonna leave if it comes. Okay, 644.11. That's the exit most likely. We're at VWAP. That happened so fast at the last minute. Time is 2:20 and 2 seconds. I have a sell order at $6. I don't know if it's gonna hit, but I'm hoping. $4.50 going to 5. Time is 2:20. MACD dying bullish. Let me out. Come on. Just do it. Weird trend line right here, right? Weird trend line right here as well. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the one in the bottom right here. It's coming. Time is 2:20. QQQ frozen. Time is 2:20. That is nothing. That is crazy nothing. Come on. I know you want to do it. I know you want to do it. Come on. Go. Here we go. It's at 500 now. I know you want to go. Come on. One fucking candle is all I need. really can't? You really can't go? Come on. What is this? What is this? Data killing everybody. Time is 2:20. This is crazy. There's gonna be literally a 10-second exit. This is crazy work. Here we go. Come on, limit order 6. Just fucking hit it. Limit order 6 me out. 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 I don't care. Limit order 6 me out. I do not care about LOD. Just let me out, you know? Come on. Time is 2:20. Okay, I'm leaving. Right now, $1,140. Out! 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 I got filled for 1,120, but I got filled at least. This is almost trash trading. There's no volume on puts either. Calls are just dying. No volume on puts and calls are just dying. At POC. I think we're at POC and VWAP at the same time. Yeah. In between VWAP and POC contained. In between two algo. Oh my fucking god. That is crazy, dude. I can't even. Dude, that is crazy. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? That shit just went to $700 instantly. What the hell? I'm not in, but like I just saw that put literally jump like $200 in like a second. What the what? Time is 2:20. 2:20. That is crazy. Bottom range of the algo hit, right? I called out 644.12 best safe exit, and I couldn't even get that exit. I literally left somewhere here. That is fucking wild. People can't even leave into that. That is disgusting. Time is 2:20. I don't know if the limit order would have filled it, you know, because that thing went to, I don't know. I don't know if the limit order would have filled at 6. That was a crazy spike and a crazy buyback in one candle. What the hell? 220 hit the 644.12. I called that out as the best safe exit somewhere up here, and then now I'll go bouncing like crazy. I could not even leave. I left somewhere here. I couldn't hold to that. You know what I mean? I probably would not even have been able to leave into that. But that is disgusting. Did anyone have a limit order sell, and did they get filled or what? Like, what? I was thinking they were gonna do it here, but like they didn't do it, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking leave when they're spiking me out. But yeah. Time is 2:25. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this QQQ. Yo, look at what I drew earlier, right? Look at this, right? And I redrew this somewhere here, right? And I lined this up. I was like, oh, it's kind of perfect for them to do this and then meet. And then look at that. Isn't that fucking crazy? What just happened? That is literally. Today's a weird day. Alright, whatever. This is the first time I ever seen this happen, so this is literally crazy work. QQQ been going down since midday at 12:10 p.m. Right, there was a divergence at the HOD at 12:45. SPY hit the gap, and we've been going down since then, right? And I literally bought one SPX put, and I sold at 105. But look at that shit. Remember what I was saying earlier, guys? Yo, who remembers at the true top? I was like, I'm gonna hold this SPX put to fucking closer, because I was getting screwed earlier. But like, man, yeah, I wonder what happened to the old puts that I had. Man, I actually wonder what the fuck happened. Time is 2:25, so they actually got relieved. What in the hell? The only way that happened was because there were so many bulls up here, but like that is crazy work though. Man, 6:45 is back at $1. What in the? I would have never seen that coming. Man, I would have never seen that coming. Time is 2:25. 2:25 was rejecting. Okay, 2:25. If the candle stag, if something happens, then something happens. But for now, it is bouncing on this trend line. It is not going anywhere. Candles are not stacking. Candles are not stacking. We are just playing within the top range of the algo range. We are playing in the bottom range of the algo range, right? Which is what I kind of deducted would happen earlier. If somebody remembers, I was like, oh, I feel like we're gonna. I said it somewhere here. I was like, oh, I feel like we're gonna like play around in between or something. But clearly, they made it look like we're gonna break out here at 2:15. I thought that too. Let's not lie. And then they rejected it. Crazy work. Time is 2:30. So since 2, they've been selling 2, yeah. Since 2, it's been getting weaker. Since 2. Time is 2:30. So 2:25, somewhere here. 2:25. Somewhere here, and 2:30 is coming in 20 seconds. 2:30 is coming in 20 seconds. We have POC VWAP on SPY. We have POC and the downward trending trend line that turned into some sort of a support or a target on QQQ for now. Okay. We broke down above the bottom range of the 1140 range today, and then we came back to it, and then we went back below it, and then we went back up, and then we lost it to the bottom range of the top of the bottom range algo, right? Time is 2:30. Time is 2:30. I don't think anyone was able to leave in that big ass spike unless they were like a professional institutional trader. There's no way. I don't know, man. I don't know what options get filled before other people's. So, you know, sometimes my shit gets filled when it spikes down, spikes up crazy. Sometimes mine doesn't get filled, even though it goes perfectly below or above it. So, I don't know if, you know, big money players have a first come first serve type of thing, or I don't know if it's like people whoever is limit ordering before someone else get filled before someone else. But yeah, it's weird. It's very spiky like that, which is why I like to be in true momentum moves where I could leave in a minute, where I could decide for 20 seconds or 30 seconds and I could literally just leave. But it's so spiky that you can't leave. POC just moved. Why is POC moving up and down crazy now? POC's moving up and down crazy. Right? Are they really gonna go south into close today, or are they gonna bounce? Right? We are basically below the midpoint, right? Who remembers? If somebody say me, right? If they remember, I was like, oh, we might go to the midpoint, and I was like, the midpoint is below the VWAP, right? Who remembers that statement? Does anybody remember? Let's just be real, alright? I said that somewhere here. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, what the the midpoint of the entire day's range. I don't know if it's gonna close here. I'm just saying, like, we visited, we went up, we went down, and we're at the same spot. Basically the midpoint. Below VWAP. Right at POC, and the POC moved down, up, down, and we're right here. QQQ is way more bullish than bearish today. Alright. QQQ, the bulls are in full control. There's no weakness, basically. This was just a 2-hour pullback. Since 12, it was a 2-hour-and-a-half pullback, but it basically didn't even pull back. It pulled back $1.50, which is nothing. Dollar, maybe $2. From 573.28 to 571.85. So even though SPY looks bearish, you know, people might say, oh, we're going to go for LOD. QQQ does not look like it wants to at all. Look at where it's bouncing. Isn't this like nasty work? I'm not even drawing this like, you know, to perfectly align. This is like, it's just aligning by itself because it's just, you know, support or whatever that it loves to do. It's nasty work. If they are truly going south, whatever they're doing, they're truly actually perfectly bouncing on this downward trending channel that inverted at 205 into some weird ass thing at 220 target destination, 225 standing as a 230 bouncing, right? So some weird ass thing happening now. Right? Time is 2:35 in 10 seconds. Nobody could truly tell you what could happen here unless they're, you know, speculating and guessing just on candles. But I mean, I am literally deducting throughout the day, intraday, coming up with the best deductions as possible with the live SPX put to call ratio, and I'm sharing the reasoning behind the shit I do. You know, sometimes I need to cut it early. Yes, I need to cut it in 5-10 minutes, which was one of my golden rules. But like, dude, the days are so fucking volatile. Like, what could you possibly do? Like, you know, the best thing you could possibly do is literally like best live deduct. This is fucking wild. Right? There's Trump news. There's South Korean news. There's the realists. Remember the amount of horse bullcrap we were talking about in the morning. The realists really do. Yeah. We were talking about so much from basically about, it was since like 10:55 in the morning to 12:50ish, 12:45. We were continuously bullish until then, right? We were all bullish, and then they tricked everybody using that news catalyst and everything, but like, yeah. Crazy candle coming out. Time is 2:35. 2:35 rejection happening. If the low of all these lows break, if the low of all these breaks, right, the bear is going to come in so fast. We're going to be below QQQ 4 p.m. gap, and we're going to be at new LOD. But it is literally a hope until it happens, right? So I'm not going to say it's going to happen. I'm not in shit. I'm not short. I'm not long. All I could say is look at the chart. It is literally Mount Himalayas, right? This is a Christmas tree. This is a beautiful, choppy up, choppy down Christmas tree at its best. It was very hard, yes. Small cycle confirmation going higher. No shorting absolutely at all, right? But there was literally no, like, small cycle confirmation, absolutely no call at all, and literally midday, which is crazy. After we hit previous, say, 4 p.m. close, which is nuts. We hit it perfectly. But yeah, some people, simplify things down and they're like, oh man, we bullish, I'm going to the gap, and then they print, and then some people are like, oh, we just hit gap, I'm not gonna go long anymore, I'm gonna see, watch out, and then they short and they print crazy. Sure, they could do that too, but like, that is literally in hindsight, and no one's like perfect. No one's literally, you know what I mean? Like, how are we ever gonna know what market's gonna do perfectly, what the market's gonna do perfectly, right? All we can do is look at this, right? All we can do is find the wind direction, trend direction, by analyzing the 1 minute candle, deciphering it into the 5 minute candle, right? Realizing what the market is doing, realizing what the market could do, find the wind direction, right? The wind is south from 9:30 open into 9:30, right? So the wind is south from 9:30 pre-market into 9:30. Sorry, my headset died. The wind was north from 9:30 into 12:45, and the wind was south or neutral from 12:45 until time is 2:30, right? So option 1, right, is we break the HOD. Option 2 is we stay in between the two pivot points, right? Option 3 is we break the floor into close. I'm not saying anything's going to happen. I'm just saying the market makes you hope on speculate on roof, middle point, floor at every single point of the market. At every single point of the market, no matter where you are, which is exactly why it's so important to draw out the wind direction, be like, oh, we're in a bullish trend. Oh, we're in a bullish channel. Remember, the realists remember, I was like, oh, we're in a bullish channel. Even though we were chopping up, down, up, down, up, down, right? They still kept going higher somehow, right? Kept going higher and higher and higher on QQQ2. It's just, yeah, you gotta have balls to seriously hold, you know what I mean? Because it took balls to take one SPX put while I'm getting screwed and then left, and now I left all mine here, right? It takes everything takes balls, clearly, right? Because somebody's getting screwed, somebody's not. It's a zero-sum game, so it is very important to try to find all the games that the market is playing, whether it's the wind direction, pivot point, whatever it is, whether it's the HOD, LOD, or middle of the point, whether it's the algo range like this, 950, 1140, whatever it is, you want to best deduct live constantly. You do not want to look at the candles like this, right? You do not want to be like, oh, we're bullish, oh, we're bearish, oh, we're, you know what I mean? Because you are basically guessing at best at that point. If you are looking through everything like this, you are looking through the SPX put to call ratio, and you make your trades based on logical things that are happening in front of our eyes live, right? We did this shit live since 9:30 in the morning when everything was going on, right? Through Trump, through the South Korea thing, all the news, right? Catalyst, everything. As long as you're doing that and you're looking at live market data, you will basically be making the right decisions most of the times than not. We cannot be Terminator AI perfect with every single one of our trades. That is impossible. But what is possible is the possible, which is what you practice. Time is 2:40. So on that note, I will ask you guys to please hit the like button. Time is 2:40. We have 100 people watching, and we only had 60 likes today. I want to push it up to 70. So thank you all very much. Hit the like button. I will also say, right, we talk about this every single day. The market has something called a markup phase and a distribution phase, right? It has something called a markdown phase and a distribution phase. If you have studied like big market cycles like 1929, 1950, 1960s, 1980s, 1990s, and you like history in 2000, 2010s, 2020, all the bigger picture, century-wide history is literally market cycle, right? We go up, we go down, we go up, we go down, right? You have to think about it like that. The cycle is we go up, right? 1/3, 2/3, somebody, smart money is printing in the markup phase, the smart money phase, right? 3/3, somebody's getting trapped at the top, right? 3/3, okay? 1/3, 2/3 going south, okay? Somebody is printing in the big box, right? 1/3, 2/3 markdown phase. And then what is the big box? Distribution phase. What does the word distribution mean? It means to distribute, right? If you have 10,000 golden nuggets, right? Venkat or Adam or whoever you are, Chris, whoever is listening, if you, let's say you have 10,000 golden nuggets and we're asking you to distribute, you will be giving that 10,000 golden nuggets away to the 100 people that are here, right? You will be giving this person 1,000, you will be giving her 1,000, you will be giving him 1,000, right? So you are distributing what you have collected, correct? So if you listen to the word distribute, you are distributing the contracts that you have, which is exactly what's going on. You know, the winners, the deductors, are distributing their calls into the 3/3. These people are getting hurt for the move. 1/3, 2/3 is printing puts. Calls are getting hurt because wind direction is the wind direction is not saying it's either south or neutral, and you have to watch the cycle. You have the time. You have to deduct, right, with the environment and everything. And I'm just saying, these people are printing 1/3, 2/3, and they are distributing in the 3/3. Even though the candles are going lower, even though mathematically people are printing, right, on puts, if you think about it realistically, what's going on in the world is there's so many people in the world, and the fastest people in the world, the fastest deductors are winning, right? All the 90, 85% are literally following, right? They're literally so slow, or like I'm just saying, like, things happen so fast, you know what I mean? That they're getting distributed on. So if this thing bounces, it counts as a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. I'm not saying it's going to, but I'm just saying this is how cycles work, right? You could decipher this into small 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and then 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going up for 10 minutes and then going down, right? But I'm just saying, you could literally, you have to constantly think about things like that, because that is literally what the market does. So people that do not constantly think about things like that will basically have a harder time understanding the mechanics of the market, what they are trying to get us thinking, what they are thinking, you know, etc., etc. Time is 2:40, so this is a 2:40 bounce, not 2:45. We are at the top range of the bottom range algo, so we are burning puts, we are burning calls, and we are somehow at the bottom range of the middle point, if that makes sense. Excuse me. Still giving bears hope, still giving bulls hope, killing both sides somehow, perfectly aligning in the middle. Still, I call this the middle, I call this the middle, I call this near the floor, I call this near the roof, right? If you look at it visually, that is literally what it looks like. So, you know, it is what it is, I think. Every 5 minutes it goes from here, it goes down here, it goes here. So in my eyes, it's like roof, midpoint, roof, midpoint, roof, midpoint, or, you know, bottom, midpoint, midpoint, roof, midpoint, 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 floor, midpoint, 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 floor, midpoint. Does that make sense? Or does that sound like crazy? But like, I do things completely different, if that makes sense. Like, what I've heard from, you know, great people in life and all these inspirational videos that I watch is that in order to be extraordinary, you have to be extra on top of the ordinary. You can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna be special, and you're gonna be special. You actually gotta do the weird ass shit, and then you gotta be weird and extra and pay attention to be extraordinary. So I love all these things, to be honest. You know, I love the fact that all these things are going on, because I did not know this was going on basically a year and a half ago or 2 years ago or however long it was. And now looking back in hindsight, I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like, I really feel like I'm gaining experience, so I could, you know, apply my knowledge into my future endeavors or whatever it is. But honestly, now I feel like I'm actually trading and getting, you know, real experience and real practice and getting real money instead of just like FOMO, hoping, speculating, estimating, whatever it is. And right now is the best time, because, you know, it's the 2020s basically. We're in the roaring 20s in this century, so it is best to wake up as soon as you can. It is best to bank on it as soon as you can. It is best to make your money and not lose it as soon as you can. It is best to not speculate and not, you know, not hold and not, you know, guess as soon as you can, because that is what everyone else in the world is doing, and that is what they're doing to make this happen. So time is 2:45. Candles are coming. Weird. SPY says bearish for since the morning, right? Pre-market was bullish, we were pushing up, but look at this chop pushing up, no volume pushing up, and then at the end of the no volume we hit the top, and then we are bearish into 245. I am in nothing. I'm not in a put, I'm not in the short. I am not in a put, I am not in a short. I wish I was in a put, but no, I am not. Time is 2:45. I don't even care if I don't trade anymore, because I'm up for the day, so I really don't care if I don't want to short or, you know, go long, because I don't really care. Time is already 2:45, and the market really just literally did so much today, so having the system and then looking back in hindsight, it's like, oh, so much easy money going long and then shorting from there to there, but like literally it's never gonna be like that. It's never perfect. The only thing you can really do is play some cycles here and there, play this cycle here and there, and then not get trapped, leave, and then literally print, and then just leave when you are in massive profit. That's the only thing that I've ever found to be really in long term profitable, where I could actually keep my money, you know, instead of making my money for a week or a couple of days and then literally lose it in like 3 days, or like literally lose it in 1 day. This is the only route where I found where I actually go up, and then lose a little bit, go up, lose a little bit, go up, and then I'm looking back and I'm up. So I'm happy. I'm happy with that. Time is 2:50. 2:45 is bouncing, trying. 2:50. Now we could ask people again, is this going to go higher or lower? But we're not going to, because we don't want to like bother people, but like literally, you know what I mean? We did the poll earlier, higher or lower. Most people I think said higher in the WhatsApp group. It was like 7-3, and then we went lower. We did another poll here, and it was like 50-50 or something like that, or it was like 4-3 bullish or something, and then we went lower. And then now it could bounce from the roof into lotto, you know, so I don't know. I feel like we went a lot lower than I expected, to be honest, dude, because all my SPY puts got completely relieved into 245, so that means there's so many bears here. And what if they go back to somewhere here for lotto, right? 644.50, 644.81 at like 330 to 4, or like maybe we hit here or something, you know, but we would be staying in between the two pivot points. So this is what I mean by into close, right? There's 255, 3 blah 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 coming. There is only, like, the market could run up here, you know, do this. The market could go break HOD and then do this. The market could break LOD and then do this. The market could try for the LOD and then bounce up and then, you know, close in between the two pivot points. Like, there's so many, you know what I mean? There's literally so many possibilities, but like as the time closes, as the time confirmation slots closes like 2:55, 3:05, 3:10, 3:15, 3:20, 3:30, there is not a lot of possibilities that could happen. And once there is a deductible moment, a setup, the market will either run or dump, either on the setup or not. It will make people hope on certain things too sometimes. Well, like, you know, that is exactly why setup has to be perfect during lotto. MACD and volume sometimes needs to be trappy for one side, and then they go one side, and then they needs to be building, right? And then that's literally the perfect moment. But yeah, with this system, the wind direction, the pivot point, the time confirmation, you could do lotto, because that is trading, that is doing lotto. That is how the institutions are printing. They're not just printing because they're like, oh, we're gonna be bullish, oh, we're gonna be bearish right now. It is literally what is possible in the moment as it's happening live. Time is 2:50. Time is 2:50. The MACD on the 1 minute candle coming in bullish. Crazy flag or crazy whatever we did just now or today. Levels being tested big time. All the algo ranges being tested almost, except the most bottom one on the floor, 950. There's a lot of puts down here. I'm surprised they even went lower than here, you know. The only reason why they did that is because I kept calling out. I was like 90% or 75 or 80% up here is all calls. And like it's no puts, and then they just dragged it down. And then now they are bounce trying at 245 into 250, 245 bounce into 250. Let's see if there's a pullback to go long or a confirmation. Confirmation. MACD volume is helping break out. MACD volume helping break out. 5 minutes. At the most bottom, 245, when they were making people think, oh, we're going to go down there. Yeah, sure. NULOD. Somebody went long and printed in 5 minutes. Happening at the bottom range of the algo range. 950. 644. 13. Why are we looking at QQQ? My bad. I'm looking at SPY. Should have been looking at QQQ. Yeah, QQQ. Doing crazy work. 245. 250. This is very important to watch right now too. QQQ has been on this trend line all day long, right? Who remembers when we drew this crazy ass, all this, right? And we left it. Look what happened into the close. Now it's gapping down 1 minute. That's crazy. I don't wanna like mess the trend line up, but I have to continuously draw it into. Okay, QQQ 1 minute gap filled. This is literally abnormal. This shit is literally perfectly manufactured by the market. Deducting live. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. I literally can't believe QQQ is doing this. Like this, I've never seen this before. This I've seen before. Sure, we've all seen the extended pullback, right? But this shit I've never seen before. This inverted downward trending channel after a ascending channel that has been holding literally for basically 3 hours since 11:50, right? 12:50, 1:50, 2:50. So 2 hours, yeah. Sorry, 3 hours. But like, yeah, that is wild. That is wild. That has been following, and that has been, you know, doing that. So this trend line that we drew, right? There's some trend line that correlates on SPY. I just can't find it and draw it. You know what I mean? but there definitely is. I just can't draw it because my eyes hurt. But there's somebody out there that's really good at drawing trend lines that has probably this exact thing on SPY, but I just can't draw it. The only reason why I was able to draw this on QQQ was because I drew this trend line when it was forming a downward trending channel somewhere here, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna draw this. Okay, we might break out, we might think whatever. I literally drew it before it happened, but yeah, that is what happens. Time is 255. 250 rejecting into 255 trying. We just keep going lower, yet not. We just keep going lower on this whatever, and then we keep not. So maybe the previous, say, 4 p.m. close is going to hit by like 3 p.m. or something. Our time is already 3, so maybe it's going to hit by like 3:15. I don't know. I have no idea. Time is 2:55. The MACD's pulling back since 2:50. We might get a bounce here at 571.86. We might get a bounce here at 571.69. Let's find out. We did a pull at 211. I think this is going higher or lower at 211, somewhere here. 211. And then we had 4 people voted higher and then 2 people voted lower. The market literally is crazy because I thought we were going higher here too. Because somewhere down here is also a lot of puts, but then up here I guess it's a lot of calls. So like, you know, a lot of puts, a lot of calls. Like who do they want to eat? I don't know. They eat everybody. But yeah, this is crazy work. Time is 2:55. We are breaking the whatever this is to maybe go here. I don't know. But we basically tested that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times now. We are at, not counting the ones before. We must have done it like 10, 15 times. $255. I wonder if we're gonna boom up and hit algo ranges by lotto or not. It's not looking like it now, but I mean that might be the setup. Time is already 3, so everything looking bearish. We are at the bottom range of the algo. Let's see what happens by 3:34. Candles are trying to bounce. It is, the MACD is now starting to be bullish on the 1-minute candle. The MACD is now starting to pull back on the bearish side on the 5-minute candle. Time is 3. Time is 3. Those are atrocious environments for longs. If this truly goes long, but yeah. Keeps rejecting every single cycle. Almost every single cycle. There's no higher high except 250. They just keep rejecting 240, 253, 235, 253. It's not good. Are they really dumping off a 3? Power hour starting. Time is 3. Time is 3. I am not going in. We are. Look at the MACD completely dying. The bears are coming in now into 3. This they could truly dump into 3, but this is crazy now. Wow, maybe? It's looking so damn bearish out of nowhere. What in the Nah, look at the 5-minute MACD though. That is not convincing enough. That is crazy. Just the candle's crazy on the 1 minute. If all these lows break instantly, sure, right? Then we would test previous 4 p.m. close instantly, sure. But is this the moment? Is this the moment? I think the risk is severe. So I don't know. Time is 3:01. Candles are trying consecutive. MACD is building. That is scary stuff though. It is holding the 245 low. It is holding the 220 low almost as well. QQQ. That is crazy work on QQQ all day long. Bouncing on QQQ. Time is 3. So 3 p.m. bounce possible. After a 3 p.m. rejection. 3 p.m. rejection. Confirmation short into 3. Either this thing bounces or it drops like crazy into 305. Right. Technically it's saying confirmation short. Alright. Technically it is saying confirmation short. But I cannot go in. Technically I don't know. I'm scared. It might pay out crazy, but I'm not going in. Time is 3:05. Time is 3:05. There is a confirmation short, but like still, there's so many bears down here. So time is 3:05 and 40 seconds. Holy shit, they're doing it. Oh my god, they're doing it. 3:05, best safe exit, folks, coming. Ah, lordy, I don't know. Time is 3:05 in 25 seconds. Right, we are in between whatever this is on QQQ. We are right above 4 p.m. close on QQQ as well. If this thing drops, QQQ turns red. Time is 3:05. This is power hour. Power hour. 5 minutes ago started. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. They're showing, right, 252, 253, right, 255 bounce into 3 p.m. confirmation into. This is 3:05 and we're 3:05 right now. So it's most likely about to spike down. I don't know. There's so many bears here though. Spiking down. This is 3:05 coming. Most likely as a best safe exit at 6:43.64 if it truly comes, because that would be you would be leaving before LOD. Okay. Time is 3:05. Time is. They're not doing it, so I can't move it until they do it. They're doing it. They did it. They did it. They did it. They did it. Time is 3:05. They did it. They did it. They did it. They did it. Time is 3:05. It's here. It's most likely gonna hit this now. I don't know. This is crazy work. QQQ is bearish. Time is, or SPY is bearish. Time is 3:05. Is anyone making money if they shorted that? Like, I don't, man, that is. If they went like boom boom, sure, but like that is what scary. Time is 305. Deciding what to do after the rejection, confirmed at 3 into 305. Deciding whether to continue or to bounce at 305 into 310. 310 is here. And what is dragging QQQ lower right now? What is dragging QQQ lower right now? Is there something bearish, like a big name bearish right now? We popped big time, and then we're dropping big time. On what? Nvidia's okay. Meta, kind of slight pullback. Google been pulling back since midday. Tesla at 350. Tesla's healthy. Apple kind of. Apple went down 0.6% since midday as well. So all the bearish MACD pulled back. I literally cannot believe they went that low though. All the SPY puts basically from earlier, 645, 644, all of them got relieved, but like that is crazy work. Barely got relieved, but still. Time is 3:10. Market's waiting for a setup. I wonder where POC is now. Okay, we lost POC at 3. Lost POC at 3. Look at that confirmation, right? 250, 255 bounced into 3. 3 lost it into 305, and then now that it's 305, it is trying to bounce at 303, 305 into nothing. Okay, this is a bounce. 305 bouncing into 310. SPY trying as well. Now there's a bounce on QQQ happening out of nowhere into 310. Now they're burning the bears on QQQ. SPY is following. Look at that MACD coming in crazy in 1 minute. But that is literally QQQ previously 4 p.m. hope looks like. But that is very fast. 303, 305 bounce. It's a 3, no sorry, it's a 3 p.m. bounce. MACD coming in bullish into 311. That's all that matters, okay? They're burning bears now in the close. I don't know if QQQ has a upward trending trend line, but basically burned the last 1 hour of bears, right? 1 hour of bears in 5 minutes. Because there's probably more than 0 DTs at play. MACD coming in super bullish for this 5-minute run. QQQ. That was a crazy long bearish trend, I'm not gonna lie. I can't believe it lasted from midday into 3. That is crazy long. Crazy slow too. Look at POC, perfectly aligning. Perfectly aligning at 644.15. It was crazy. I literally called out 644.15 somewhere up here as we were rejecting into it. I was like, 644.14 best safe exit. And I was like, oh, you can't even leave into that, right? And then they just went lower than there, yeah. But that is hilarious. That was best safe exit for puts and longs. Looking like anything above that is dangerous long. Anything below that looking dangerous for now. Time is 3:15 going into 3:20 in 2 minutes. Man, big ass rejection coming off a POC. That is the true moment to short, maybe or not. That is a crazy candle. I'm not. MACD being used to go lower, possibly. That is a crazy candle low. Wow, that is humongous. They're doing it. That is crazy work. I'm not gonna lie. Wow. I can't believe SPY's at 643 right now before 330. They actually allowed the 645 puts and 644 puts to print before close. That is crazy. Right before close. Man. Whoever held through that, congrats. Whoever shorted up here, congrats. I am not. That is crazy. We are near the floor now. Okay, that was a crazy rejection off of POC. That was a crazy bounce to short off of POC. And look where we hit. The bottom, you know, the downward trending trend line. Fucking disgusting. Time is 3:20 coming. This is about to break it. It's gonna go lower. More likely than not. Right, the bears have full power here. The MACD's coming in crazy bearish now. I'm doing one. $560. I have one. I'm gonna leave in 1 minute. QQQ going into 3:20. I think one red candle coming at this point. Crazy rejection off of POC. It is bear trap trying. I have a tiny ass put, literally. near the floor. Now what if we run it into 4? It looks like it already flushed. We are near the floor, so this thing can nuke. I might be in the chase. 3/3, clearly, so. Nuke preparing. We did not gap fill. We did not hit the 4 p.m. close, I mean. How low is this really gonna go is the question though. Right, this is power hour. Since 3, we've been going lower for 20 minutes. Look at the MACD on SPY. Sneaky bearish. Testing the floor. QQQ trying to push south. SPY trying to follow. The MACD on the bigger time frame is helping south. There's only 7 checkpoints left. I can't believe how much calls went down since 12, dude, or like 1 p.m. That's crazy. I really don't know if it's gonna bounce right now too, but literally. Absolutely wild. Time is 3:25. Time is 3:25. Technically, the wind direction is still north. We did not break the floor. The wind is just south or neutral since 12:30. Time is 3:30. Everything is primed for a 1-minute spike. And then bear trap everyone at the floor. Time is 2:30. I went to the bathroom real quick. No, I am not still out. I'm basically break even. $540. 6455. Bulls are trying. Off of 3:30, possibly. Time is now actually 3:30. All options are closed on Robinhood. $3.29 did not break the 320 floor. 329 did not break the 320 floor. We are bouncing on the 930 algo, 950 algo, bottom of the algo range for now. $3.30 time is 3:30. The wind direction is showing north for today. It is showing south or neutral since 12:45. The candles are just near the floor, so we're showing people the floor right now into close. Here's a spike down, okay? Best safe exit right now. Time is 3:31, 3:33 most likely is best safe exit. I'm gonna leave in the candle, most likely. I'll have a limit order set for it, $680. I'm at 580. Greedy as fuck. Give me my scalp, you evil ass market. Okay, $650 limit order. I'm at 550. Time is 3:31 and we're going lower after the Robinhood options closed. Trying. QQQ, trying to break up previously 4 p.m. close. I think it's about to break, honestly. This is fucking stupid. Come on. Fucking go! Time is 3:35 and 8 seconds. Time is 3:35. I'm about to leave, bro, in this minute. This is trash. Literal trash. 320 puts getting burnt. Man, look at QQQ. It is right at the 4 p.m. close. Previous. I'm about to take like a $30 loss. It's nothing, but yeah, I don't know. This is scary. Okay, limit order at $640. Come on. Just fail me. Is this shit hope? Please, come on, just fail me. Go a little bit lower. 6 time is 340. Or 335 bounce failing into 340. MACD's coming in bullish. It's so many bears. This shit has to do with hope. Hope that QQQ turns red, right? I mean, they can flash out of nowhere, but yeah. Literally hope. It's fucking insane. Time is 340. It's 335 bounce into 340 playing out. 335 bounce into 340 playing out. Looks like we're about to close like this, guys. In between the LOD and the HOD. Let's do a poll. Who thinks there's a LOD comment? Who thinks it's gonna close like this? Everybody do a fucking poll. Everybody vote right now. Everyone vote right now. Everybody vote right now. The question is this gonna break LOD or bounce? Closing in between the two pivot points. Time is 340. So many bears getting burnt now on this. Bottom of the algo range bouncing. $340. It's a dumb trade. Dimitri says LOD. Captain says higher. Okay, We have one person that voted LOD, one person bounce. It's no trade hope session basically. 20 minutes left until market closes. Let's see how many puts to call ratio. The puts to call. Wow, there's a lot of puts. That is not fucking good. Puts burning. 341. There's a lot of puts at 6,450. 6,455 is half. There's so many puts. There's anything below 335 is 90% puts. That is absolute toast. Absolute toast. Unless they're changing it with this bounce, but like, yeah, crazy. I have to leave in this candle. Time is 3:42. Holy fuck. Please. No? 500? I'll go cooking. I'm leaving, guys. I'm out. 570. No money. No money. No money. I did not lose money at least. There's no fucking lotto. That's not a trade, dude. That's literally hoping. What the fuck? What in the fuck? I'm out. Man. That is no trading. That was literally hoping. That is stupid. Time is 3:45. Josh said right at 3:45. Yeah, maybe. This is right at 3:45, right? They're flashing down now. I'm not holding that shit. Oh my lord. For basically, I was getting killed since 3:17. Yeah, I was getting killed since 3:17. I am not holding that. You guys have fun with that. LOD. We're visiting. We are 10 cents away. Okay, 643.42. If that breaks, the wind is truly south, and we go a little bit lower with lotto. Okay, time is 3:45. We are 15 cents away from LOD. Let's see if we hit it or not. Guys, hit the like button today as you head out. Thank you all very, very much for being here today. It was a interesting day as usual. Hope to see you guys tomorrow as well. What we do on this channel is fucking find these deductions. Crazy ass cycles, channeling big time into 345. All the puts from 12 is printing out, but like this is, yeah, There's so many puts down here. I don't know. This is crazy. Today's been crazy. You cannot lie. Today has been, you know what I mean? We literally went to the top. We went to the bottom. That is insane. All these puts got relief. I can't even explain. They did that after 332, right? Almost, you know, they did it into 330. So time is 3:45. The LOD is close. It did not break yet. They're trying. I wonder how much that SPX is at. Okay, now it's at 600. Okay, so now that's the target that I wanted, but there's no fucking way I'm holding into 345, 350 like this, because this is not fast. This is so slow. Okay, we are 15 cents away from LOD, and the goddamn Lotto put is literally going up like tiny, which is crazy work. You know what I mean? They're making them not pay out barely, but if you shorted at 340, looking at Josh's message in the YouTube chat, right, they're gonna dump into 345 most likely. You basically went up. Let me see. A fucking crazy amount. Right? Calls are dying now. Too close. It went from $380 to 600, so basically 100% in 5 minutes as well. But yeah, that is 350 into 345. They did not even go that much lower. We are just at the LOD. We are below every single algo range we made up for the day. SPY, QQQ is red now. Look at QQQ on Robinhood. I told you QQQ is about to go red, right? That is crazy though. QQQ is now red by 43 cents. Doing it at the last minute on QQQ as well. Time is 3:50. So 3:45. Look at the exact time that they went. They decided to go lower exactly at 3:40, 3:42, 3:43, 3:45 on SPY, 3:40 on QQQ, and then bouncing on QQQ. Time is 3:50 on SPY. They're dragging down low, but QQQ bouncing. QQQ bouncing. That is a crazy trend line of the day. Look at this trend line for the day on QQQ. That is crazy. Dragged SPY low. Dumped on all the bulls, dumped on all the algo range, and we just went from 645 at 1240 to 643, but it took its sweet ass time. It took literally 1, 2, 3 hours. Time is 3:50. Right, so this is why Josh made a deduction, right? He was like, oh, it's gonna do it at 3:45, and literally look at the time, right? 12:45, 1:40, 2:40, 3:45, 3:50. You get what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm just calling out like the coincidence or whatever you want to call this, right? We are near the floor. We are about to break the floor. We broke the floor. The wind direction is south. Okay? We just broke the floor. Wind is south. Since 12:45, the wind changed. That was the play. The wind was officially south from 12:45 into 3:50, and now that the LOD set at the ground, they are bouncing. That's literally the story. So you know someone said in the YouTube chat, oh, the wind is south, right? That was literally what was going on. The wind was south, but officially it's not south until it's south, right? You get what I'm saying? So it is south, but that's why I was saying, oh, intraday it's showing blah blah blah, but like technically speaking, right? That broke the LOD, that 350, so by 1 cent, it broke the LOD by 1 cent. Which is crazy work. We just dumped from the HOD at 12:45 to 3:50 LOD, and now They're doing some sort of lotto. This thing could bounce, close in between the two pivot points. This thing could shred lower into 355, 359, and then bounce into 4 p.m. Nobody has a effing clue. Anyone else that tells me otherwise, they're a speculator. Anyone else that says, oh, bullish, bullish, bearish, bearish, based on green candles, red candles right now, they're a speculator. So I don't give a goddamn what anyone says. That is literally what's gonna happen. Okay, time is 3:50. Let's see what happens. 3:50 bounced at 3:48. 3:50 bounced at 3:48. So 3:48 showing as best safe exit for now. 3:50 bounce. 3:55 is coming in 5 minutes, and candles are rejecting. QQQ wants to go lower. SPY wants to go. This thing could fucking dump into 3:55, 3:59, and then it could revert into 4 p.m. They're dumping, okay? Dump, 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 dump. Dump, 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 dump. Dump, dump, dump into 3:55, 3:57 coming. Time is still 3:50. Right, this thing could revert at 3:50 possible, yes, but we just literally bounced up and broke that low at 3:48, signifying 3:50. This is still 3:50. This is still 3:50. Somebody is printing and somebody's having a blessed day on lotto puts right now. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, the lotto puts are basically at, okay, they didn't go up crazy much, but it's at $630, $650, so it's basically like a full 120%, 100% from like 340, so in 10 minutes. That is a weird candle. weird candle. Broke 340 high, tested the middle, and then went lower into 350. Time is still 350. This could signify as a 350, lower push into 355. The bears are still heavy on QQQ. The bears are still pushing because this is the new LOD. This is the low of the day, and the calls that are going long at the low of the day, even though time is 350 and there's a crap ton of bears here, are getting crushed most likely into 355. Time is 355 and 28 seconds. 355. Time is 355. We already dumped crazy though, so I really don't know about more, but you know what I mean. I'm just calling out the time confirmation for what it is. This could be 350 into 355. This thing could bounce right now at 352. We have 8 minutes left until the market closes. QQQ looks so goddamn bearish, but no volume, no MACD. Now, just candles acting crazy. Candles acting crazy since 340. Candles acting crazy since 340 into 345. 350 bounce into 355. So, good call out, Josh. Good call out. Josh Chapman. He said right at 345, and it literally happened right at 345. That is crazy work. Right at 343, signifying 345 basically. That is crazy work. You guys see how sometimes it rejects that 342, signifying 340 into 345. Sometimes it goes higher into 343, and then it rejects that 343, rejecting, you know what I mean? Signifying 345. Like, everything is fucking different, and like, every moment is different. So, as it happens, you literally fix it, you literally see it, and then you see it for what it is, which is the best thing you can do. Time is 3:55. We went lower on QQQ. Time is 3:55 on SPY as well. We are probably going to break the 351 low. Most likely going to happen, but it could be algo speed. It already did break. Time 6:43.36. 6:43. 6:43. It did not break, so there's a divergence now. 350 divergence into 355 low of the day. Something different. Okay, I'm retarded. There is no LOD on QQQ. QQQ is so far below. So yeah, we are closing in between the two pivot points on QQQ, and SPY is the only one with the LOD on the floor since we ripped out from the roof at the midday at 12 something. So this might bounce here. We got to be careful here. It's never, you know, there's a difference going on for a reason. So this could have went lower into 355 to bear trap. This could have. That is a weird candle. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. They might go lower into 357, 359 now. I don't know. We'll see. This is holding for now. 350 is holding for now. It might be something like this too. Time is 3:55. Candle closing. Candle closing. Candle closing. So they did not dump more than 350 technically, but they're not bouncing either. QQQ is ripping down since 351, but that is different from SPY. Okay, QQQ is closing red. SPY, 5 minutes left. It's no long yet. They just ripped the roof from the gap fill to the new floor. So let's see what happens. 357, 359. Signifying 355. How can you even long or short on this? You know what I mean? There's nothing to go on basically except like other bigger picture stuff. But like QQQ is so bearish right now. QQQ is straight up dumping, so they might even drop on this now. But yeah, that is crazy work. QQQ going, it's fine now. Oh my fucking god. Wow. My god, new LOD. My god, new LOD, right? Time is 3:55, new LOD, and they're fucking reverting from that 3:55 LOD at 3:57, 3:59 p.m. into 4 p.m. This thing could rip lower. Be careful. Holy fuck. I told you at 3:51 they're going lower, right? I said don't. Look at that. Who caught that? Who caught that, bro? Who caught that? Oh my god. Oh my absolute god. That is crazy. 1 minute candle. Who fucking got that 1 minute candle? I am not in. I am not in. I don't. No words. No words. Okay? No words. Time is 3:55. This is 3:57. I'm just showing you guys how they do this shit. You know what I'm saying? Please understand, guys. If you guys are struggling through this, if you guys are printing through this, understand the system behind this shit. Understand what's going on right now, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all you need to do for the future. Who the fuck cares if you're printing or getting hurt right now? All you need to do is remember right now. Time is 3:58. This is absolute dump into 3:55 LOD at 3:58. This thing's gonna revert at the last minute, so be careful. That is most likely best safe exit, but holy crap. that is crazy. No limit said caught it. W said booked. Nice. 330 to 500. Nice, bro. 550. I caught. Nice. Oh my. That was crazy. I was calling that out, but I don't want to hold into close. But like that is crazy work. Oh my lord. Time is 3:59. Let's see what happens here. Okay, candle closes in 45 seconds. They went lower into 3:59, guys. This is 3:55 LOD. Let's see how it closes into 4 p.m. Okay. There's a divergence at the roof, and QQQ is ripping crazy low. Man, okay, candle closing. This is GG. This is the day, folks. Let's go look at SPY. What in the rip down at the end? My god, look at this. They're going lower at 3:59 LOD. 3:59 LOD. Mega dump! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. And then revert into 4 p.m. Somebody is printing. Somebody just printed 200% in the last 2 minutes. Oh my god. You guys don't understand. That SPX put is at 2 grand. This is mass market. Wow, close. Oh my god. They went lower into 359 and then reverted, looks like, but technically counting lower as into 4 p.m. But what in the No! I wish I held my SPX, man! Wow. Wow. 643.70 to 642.36. Wow. Unbelievable. Amazing stuff. Wow. That is fucking crazy. I would have been up 2K basically off of that one fucking dumbass trade. One dumbass SPX put basically, but wow. Alright, have a good day everybody. I'm gonna call it on that. Hit the like button as you go out, alright?